Archene was fun. I don't know. Maybe we'll play that game next week. It's pretty cool. We got to finish that truck, at least drive it around. But yeah, still a good time. All right. I'm going to put us on the title card here. JG, you're asking me about Planet Coaster. Oh, that was a little while ago. YouTube chat froze up on me. There is more to the game. You telling me that 4 hours of gameplay is... there's more? I'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy the music. Okay. Just give me 1 second to finish eating some food here. I tried to open up the garage door and vent all the hot air out because it was definitely colder outside than it was in the garage. So just made myself heat up some leftovers real quick, and then we'll start space news. Okay, it is currently 5:30 the hour, and it's time for Eric Johnson's Space and Rocket Review. Isn't that right, Mr. Stream? Didn't pick up the screen. The compressor compressed out the screen. Salutations from the corner. Not a clue. What's up, man? How you doing? How you doing? There's a lot of space news, dude. And there's a lot of space news. And you know what there isn't a lot of? Rockets. Rocket launches. Interestingly enough. I just finished out my pizza. Okay. Dunsky. It did get a little bit cooler in here. It's now only 87 degrees. Oh, nice. You're feeling launch withdrawal? Yeah. the scopes are dry for a good while. Did you bring enough pizza for everybody? No. Where did that come from? I live in the woods, Creation. I don't need Mises, chipmunks, bunnies coming in the shop, eating up stuff when I'm not looking. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm wondering, I'm curious about that now. Starlink 10.4 is 10.4, good buddy, is moved left. It moved closer. And Starlink 10.9 is back on the books for Saturday. I know it's not a space news question, but when you went AFK, used to leave us with old fun bids on science, but not seen any in a bit. Why? Gibby and I really ran out of videos to show. Want me to do that again? I can do that again. Problem. Just let me know. See this. Yes, I have, when you linked it like 30 seconds ago. Yeah, dude, I clicked on it. Did I not say I clicked on it? Maybe I didn't, Creeper. Who knows? Anyway, yeah, I got it now. NASA has plenty of vids, not sure how good. Yeah, but you got to be careful. You got to vet the videos, guys, or else someone's going to claim it, especially because we're streaming on YouTube now, too. Hi, YouTube people. Hello, you industrious little people. If you did, I didn't hear you. Sometimes brain moves faster than mouth, Creeper. It happens. You know what, Mayor? That's a good point. Put on a remarkable flying machine for a couple of these folks. Get the new blood looking at the old school videos. And we're off there. Yep. So interestingly enough, actually, you know what, Creeper? Let's start with that. Let's start with it, dudes. Here, let's go. Let's see what we got. This is coming from Spaceflight Now. Scoop. It's like Snoop, but with a C. SpaceX submitted a public safety determination request to the FAA on the 15th. If approved, it would allow SpaceX to resume Falcon 9 launches while the SpaceX-led investigation continues regarding the upper stage anomaly that occurred on the 9-3 Starlink mission. The FAA is reviewing the request and will be guided by data and safety at every step of the process. I can speak English, I swear. Yeah, here's a statement from FAA. This is for NSF. Yeah. Every step of the process. When a public safety determination request is received, the agency evaluates safety critical systems, the nature and consequences of the anomaly, and the adequacy of existing flight safety analysis, safety organization performance, and environmental factors. It's a great sentence. If the FAA agrees no public safety issues were involved, the operator may return to flight while the investigation remains open, provided all other licensing requirements are met. Interesting. Okay, so a little bit of a background if you don't know what's going on here. The other day, the Starlink 9-3 mission went out late at night out of Vandenberg Space Force Base. First stage looked good. Everything looked real nice. Then the second stage went off and it promptly started to break. Like parts coming off. Well, not necessarily parts. I shouldn't say parts coming off. Parts came off the first stage. Let's be clear. And then the second stage had some type of hard start scenario where it started leaking liquid oxygen all over the place. It looked like a nice magical winter wonderland. It was great. Except for the fact that it did not have enough liquid oxygen to do second stage engine start and circularize the Starlink satellites. And SpaceX promptly lost the second stage and the Starlink satellites the next day. because yeah, the orbit, the parking orbit that they put in case that they put the satellites into in case something goes wrong is a decaying orbit, a rapidly decaying orbit. You won't stay up there for very long before it's shallow. It's very, very low to the ground comparatively, right? It did look really cool. Well, when was this? Last weekend, dude. So Falcon 9 has been grounded since. That's why we have such a drought with launches. There's nothing. But curiously, next space flight, when I checked it yesterday, there wasn't a launch until Rocket Lab. Sky full of SARs. Right? That's the next one that was on the books. But 2 Falcon 9s have just popped up there on the books. Now, I don't know if that's next space flight, probably just going by what the books and what's going on here. But yeah, these slid left. 10-4, good buddy, and 10-9. It's a Falcon 9 that's teed up at 40 and another one that's teed up at 39A. Who thinks EJ sabotaged the launch to get some sleep? Hey, I've said to scrub, all right? Everyone's like, what about the Starlink launch, EJ? I'm like, they should scrub. They're going to scrub. They should scrub. Did I call that? I called it. Alex posted do NOTAMs for F9. Dude, I think this thing is going to be figured out sooner rather than later. Or at least that the public safety determination request is probably going to get passed sooner rather than later. SpaceX has a mission critical... They have to keep launching. You do not want to stagnate your production, your production lines like this, your supply chains. That's bad. That's how you get pepcon explosions. Okay, just in case, you know what, I figure I'll explain that. Just in case anybody wants to know what the pepcon explosion is. So, in the mid-'80s, they were ramping up shuttle missions. NASA was ramping up shuttle missions. They planned to launch once a week, twice a week, up into space, down into space, 4 orbiters, month turnaround between the orbiters, just keep cycling the orbiters, launch once a week with a different orbiter, right? Then Challenger happened. And all the solid rocket fuel that they were planning on using for launching a space shuttle basically every week, all that solid rocket fuel started piling up in a factory.
It's now been...
No, it hasn't been 33 years. Shut up. So, the Pepcon factory is out. Yeah, here, check it out. That's the Pepcon factory, and they had all this built-up SRB fuel, right? No, I'm not saying this is good. This could happen with Falcon 9. I'm saying letting your supply chains pile up like this could cause other problems. Now, in this case, for the Pepcon company, they had all that stored SRB fuel for basically launching 24 shuttle launches a year, 2 SRBs. They had tons of fuel saved up. So in 1988, the plant caught on fire. Yeah. That's about, let's think here for a second. 4 segment SRBs, 8 segments per mission. And that would have been pretty much for every 1986 manifested mission. So they planned to launch the shuttle 24 times in 1986. They got to the second one and then Challenger happened. So that's 22 shuttle launches worth of SRBs, or 44 SRBs, or what is it? 172 segments worth of SRB fuel. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, that's it's hard to see. Nobody, Well, I'm not sure if anybody was hurt. I'm pretty sure somebody actually got hurt here. But yeah, see that? That's what happens when you detonate 172 SRB casings worth of solid rocket fuel all at once. That's like Lebanon explosion big. If anybody's more familiar with the Lebanon explosion from a couple of years ago in the port of Lebanon, which was awful, and this is still very awful as well. Yeah, it was enough to detonate. It was enough energy released all at once to make a det wave. This was definitely a detonation. You could see the pressure wave. See that? Yeah, ironically, the Lebanon explosion was for stockpiling too much fertilizer. Unmarked fertilizer. This one was solid rocket fuel. Solid rocket fuel, fertilizer, they're both explosive. But anyway, yeah. So I think SpaceX, reeling us back in, I think SpaceX is going to want to get Falcon 9 flying sooner rather than later. Not just for, to keep the Starlink network going, but you don't want to bunch up your supply chain for Falcon 9. Now, I know what people are going to say, what do you mean supply chain, EJ? They reuse first stages. Certain components still need to be refurbished, and second stages as well. What's the second stage supply chain go? They only have so many places they can store those things, We still haven't recovered from the explosion in Beirut. Yeah, that's terrible. Shockwave buffeted a 737 on final approach. An investigator estimated that the larger explosion was equivalent to 0.25 kilotons of TNT, approximately the same yield of a tactical nuclear weapon. Yep. Not cool. But anyway, hopefully Falcon 9 comes around sooner rather than later. Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting that we saw two of them on the books here. I'm going to go ahead and guess that what was it called? Let me just make sure I got this right. Hold on. This is regarding a safety determination, a public safety determination request. Interesting. That basically what that is SpaceX going to the FAA and saying, look, something failed, but it's not going to endanger public safety. So if we do launch it again and it does something wrong happens, nobody's going to get hurt. Which makes perfect sense. I mean, yeah, a safety determination. There you go. Hey, Monkey Brain, how are you? It's like IFT4. Bingo. Yeah. Guys, this is my gut here. My gut is telling me that Falcon 9 will be flying sooner rather than later, which is good. That's what we want. But I will say this week sucks. Like, there's no rocket launches. There's nothing. And Pepcon disaster cost 2 fatalities, 372 injuries, and an estimated $100 million worth of damage. I mean, 127 casings worth of SRB fuel going up in one shot, dude. $127? No, 172. Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot of SRB fuel. The weather sucks anyway. Okay. Bandit, hey, I've been out of the loop for space news for a while. You're saying a Falcon 9 upper stage failed. Yeah, last weekend. It sprung a LOX leak, Bandit, and it started shooting out magical crystals out the side. Yeah, so the Falcon 9 is currently grounded, dude. Yep, she's grounded. It sucks. But once again, I don't think it's going to be that long. I did talk to a couple people that work there, and they're just like, yeah, everyone's saying just keep doing your thing, like nothing, like just keep going, business as normal. So that tells me that yeah, they'll be launching sooner rather than later. Will the second stages be test based on preliminary finding? I'm sure SpaceX is already in the middle of a fault tree analysis right now, John, to figure out what happened. Dude, looking at the footage, we basically isolated it to the pre-valve or whatever their chill down mechanism. So, yeah, it's, sorry, I lost my train of thought, dude. It's getting hot in here again. It's hard to focus. I apologize. I'm not complaining though. Here, you know what'll help? Some hot coffee. Will this affect Dragon in any way? Well, Dragon rides on a second stage, Chief, so I don't think it affects it from a technical standpoint, but yeah. I mean, the Polaris Dawn mission, which was the next crew flight, and then Crew 9 after that, are pretty much indefinitely delayed. This is what I mean about repercussions in your supply chains. Anyway, I'm pretty sure SpaceX already has a fault tree analysis. I'm fairly confident they know exactly what's wrong. We were able to break it down. I did a huge breakdown on the footage, and it's something with the chill down mechanism. And the chill down mechanism pretty much caused an improper mixture, which caused a hard start. And whatever it did was exacerbated by it. But it was definitely only for during the startup. It was something that was involved with thermal conditioning during startup. We know that based off of how the thing was leaking and what we saw when it was firing. Now, I had the technical explanation. Second. I had the technical explanation in this book for how a rocket engine starts, but keep in mind this is not exactly the same design here, but this sequence is utilizing this design right here. So that's a single shaft up here. See that one right there? A single shaft turbo pump gas generator closed cycle design, which is very similar. That's very similar to the Merlin vacuum. This one over here. So I figure you guys might want to hear this, just in case. Where is it? This book goes through the starting sequence for an imaginary rocket, and these diagrams are for your imaginary rocket. And this plumbing is not exactly. That plumbing is not exactly Merlin vacuum. Merlin vacuum is close, but that's not exactly it. Let me find it. Okay, for starting this imaginary engine, it employs a main tank head start approach combined with a pressure ladder sequence. That, if I'm understanding this right, that's what Falcon 9 does. The second tower segment has been stacked at Boca Chica. Do you not want me to read this? It's a little bit of a lengthy thing here. Actually, it's like 4 or 5 paragraphs. $100 million in 1988 would be $270 million today. Okay, so for starting the A1 engine, it employs a main tank head start approach combined with a pressure ladder sequence. Propellants are used under vehicle tank head pressures to initiate gas generator operation. As the turbo pump starts to accelerate, main propellant pressures bootstrap the system to main stage level. Starting sequence. So basically what this does is to chill down the motor, they're using ullage pressure. They pump helium into the second stage tank, and that displaces some propellant, and they open up valves, pre-valves, and those move into the turbine machinery to thermally condition it. This is where we saw that leak on that Falcon 9 second stage. So here, startup sequence. Here, I'm just gonna take the cover off. The fan is blowing at it. So just take the cover off. The book that I'm reading here, in case anybody's wondering, is Modern Engineering for Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines by Dieter Husel and David Huang. This is an excellent book if you want to learn about propulsion. Launch preparations completed and the main propellant tanks pressurized. The gas generator's dual spark plugs are activated upon a given signal. That's with a spark ignition system. Now, keep in mind, Merlins don't use a spark igniter. They use triethyl aluminum and triethyl boron, which is a pyrophoric igniter. A little bit different, but same idea. And the engine four-way control valve is energized to open. The closing side is vented, and the fuel pump outlet pressure, 50 psi from tank head, is admitted to the opening side of the main oxidizer and gas generator valve actuators. Long story short, you open up the valves. The gas generator valves open and admit both propellants to the gas generator combustor, where they are ignited by the spark plugs. That valve system in that part right there are those pre-valves. I call them pre-valves. They're not called pre-valves. That's my name for them because my brain has way too much information up there, and I tend to name things the same thing even though they have different names. At this point, the main oxidizer valve remains closed. The valve spring prevents it from opening until later in the sequence. It works like a freaking wastegate. Yeah, okay. When substantially higher actuating fuel pressures are developed by the pump, the initial low power level of the gas generator is sufficient to start and accelerate the turbo pump. This acceleration in turn increases the propellant pressures available to the gas generator, which is connected upstream of the still closed main fuel and oxidizer line. So this is turning on the gas generator, getting it to spool with pre-valves. That's what the Merlin engine does, except swap out the spark igniter for T-tab, right? The initial low power of the gas generator is sufficient to start and accelerate the turbo pump. This acceleration in turn increases the propellant pressures available to the gas generator, which is connected upstream of the still closed main fuel and oxidizer valves. As a result, the gas generator turbine system bootstraps itself. At a predetermined fuel pump outlet pressure, valve spring rate selector, the main oxidizer valve opens. So in this design right here, you're using spring compression to actuate your valves. It uses basically pressure generated from the gas generator will open up your main valves, which is actually super cool. Like I said, this is what I was trying to tell Jack in the Flame Trench last Friday. It's a freaking Rube Goldberg machine. During the oxidizer valve stroke, an integral and mechanically linked igniter fuel sequence valve is actuated. The sequencer valve then admits pressure to fuel a hypergolic igniter cartridge, rupturing its diaphragms. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. So in this engine... Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry, Jeff. I must have missed that. Red card. Oh, it's a spark igniter for the gas generator. I'm an idiot. Stupid. Anyway, this uses a hypergol igniter. You can say pyrophoric, but yeah, this engine does use T-tab. The imaginary engine that I just showed you. Sequence valve then admits pressure to... Hang on, I gotta read this again. Time for EJ to learn because I'm all screwed up. It's the heat. I'm crazy from the heat. The sequence valve then admits pressured fuel to a hypergol igniter cartridge, rupturing the diaphragms. Hypergol, such as triethyl aluminum, enters the combustion chamber igniter elements and then ignites with the oxidizer, which is being admitted by the main oxidizer valve. The fuel following the hypergol sustains the igniter flame. Chamber pressure, which results from igniter combustion, is sufficient to activate the ignition monitor valve. This valve admits fuel pressure to the actuator that opens the main valve, which is the main fuel valve, which is the last step in the sequence. As the main fuel enters the combustion chamber, the chamber pressure and thrust climb to rated level. So, that's actually a lot more accurate. I wish I'd read through it on the Flame Trench because I would have made a fool of myself there instead of here. It's something... So, where's Falcon 9's engine Where are they having problems? They're having problems with that initial valve actuation or some plumbing along those lines. It's not when you get, they didn't even get to, I mean, they did, the interesting thing is that they did get to pyrophoric ignition with the Merlin vacuum when they started. They did get to it. But, and the engine worked, but it was leaking out of the pre-valves. So, judging by what I just read here, and keep in mind that engine, this engine is made up for, it's just for exemplary purposes to show a startup sequence in the book. Yeah, once again, yeah, even reading that tells me that it's something with the initial sequence, ignition sequencing, for the engine. Because once the engine clearly got up to snuff, and then they tried to start it again and it blew up. So that tells me that it didn't have the right mixture. I mean, whatever's going to cause a detonation. That would be a one-time use. Send it, yeah, exactly. It is. Pyrophoric igniter cartridges are a one-time use. Yeah, they have to reinstall them. Fun fact. On Falcon 9, let's take Falcon 9's center engine. The E9 engine, the engine that's right in the center. There's 8, and then there's one in the center. Think about it. Every Falcon 9 needs how many pyrophoric igniter cartridges does that motor need? So 1 for initial ascent, 2 for boost back, 3 for retro burn, 4 for landing burn. That Merlin engine needs a lot of those cartridges. And you have to somehow stage them. Interesting, right? If they're relying on ignition pressure to rupture the diagram of the cartridge, how do they line up the next cartridge for the engine to be restarted? Rocket science is some pretty crazy stuff, dude. Yes, and 5 for a backup. Yeah, they have. Yeah, it's redundant. On top of that, the dingle arm was broken. Precisely. Pretty crazy, right? But yeah, that I honestly think from what I've been reading in here, and I swear I had this thing down pat, but apparently I got the gas generator spark igniters confused with the main pyrophoric ignition. Screw me, right? Sorry. Jeez, obviously, gas generator spark ignition and staging cycle. In engine sequencing cycles, it's easy to get that confused with the pyrophoric igniter. It's obviously. I'll check him, Hell Hydra. Yep. So the Merlin turbo pump dumps its exhaust into atmosphere. For sake of argument, how hard would it actually be to build a new nozzle that includes exhaust? The Merlin vacuum is closed cycle, Hellfish. That's what I mean when I say open cycle and closed cycle. The Merlin vacuum is a closed cycle engine, meaning that the gas generator exhaust is pumped into the nozzle. But it's pumped into the nozzle for cooling purposes. These gas generators are intentionally run very rich. Hey, Reese, what's up? The gas generator on the Merlin engines, you could tell because of all the soot that gets shot out when it fires, is running super fuel rich. Anybody know why? Hellfish, do you know why? What would be your application for running fuel rich in a gas generator design on this type of engine? Like the Saturn V? It is exactly like the Saturn V. Yeah. No, but the F1 engines were a closed cycle gas generator as well. Yep. When I hear closed cycle, I jump to stage combustion. No, stage combustion is a little bit different. Starship, hopefully soon. Yeah, baby. Cooling. You got it. Cooling film. It keeps the gas generator from melting. Now, Hellfish, you say, well, why don't they just close cycle all the Merlin engines? Simplicity is the reason. The reason why the Merlin vacuum has a closed cycle system is for cooling purposes. Different nozzle architecture, dude. That's why. Falcon 9, the Falcon 9 Merlin 1D on the first stage does not need that. It doesn't need that. That's adding complexity for the sake of for no reason, for not that much of a gain. So they could shoot flames out the tailpipe. I mean, yes, Stoner. Yeah. But that's the reason why, when Falcon 9 comes back down, why it's all covered in soot. It's rolling coal. Those engines roll coal. Like, and RP1 is basically a close cousin of diesel fuel, so I call it rolling coal. Because that's cool. It's cool with rockets. It's not so much cool with trucks, but it is cool with rockets. Here, check this out. This is believe it or not, this is super old footage here, but yeah, this might get a little bit loud. So you know all that sequencing stuff, all that ignition sequence stuff that I said about, actuating springs and, the gas generator igniters, how they, they have springs to stage the plumbing to pump, fuel first and then oxidizer, etc., etc. All that happens about this fast. That fast. If one of those things is just a little bit at a time, the thing should blow up. That's generally the case. How much complexity does it actually add? I don't know, Hellfish. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, homie. But yeah, see that? That's the soot that Falcon 9 flies through. It comes through that when it goes through its entry and landing burns. Yeah, that's rolling coal. I don't know how much complexity it adds, Hellfish. What I do know is that it was enough complexity for SpaceX to just say, dump it overboard, frick it. And look, man, Tom Mueller's a better propulsion engineer than I am. Way better. In fact, God tier compared to me and Kerbal being like, hey, go. I thought the exhaust of Falcon 9 was basically water. No. 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 That's any Hydrolox based system pop. So Delta 4 Heavy's exhaust is just water. It's steam, actually. So with a Hydrolox motor, we'll take an RS-68A, Delta 4's engine. It's easy. That's a simple design. It's a twin power pack, gas generator, open cycle Hydrolox engine. Meaning there is a gas generator and a turbo pump for hydrogen. There's a gas generator and the turbo pump for oxygen, and both of those gas generators just dump overboard. About as simple as you can get for a Hydrolox engine. So let's take that. So you're taking liquid hydrogen, goes through a gas generator, it goes through an injector plate, or it goes through a turbo pump that's driven by a gas generator, goes into an injector plate, gets combined with oxygen, and then combusted. When you combust hydrogen and oxygen, right, you get a nice big explosion. The combustion byproduct well, actually, you get a very energy efficient explosion. It's not very powerful compared to Kerolox. Kerolox is kerosene. Kerosene blows up better than hydrogen, but hydrogen blows up way more efficient than kerosene. But either way, when you get hydrogen and oxygen, you combust them together, the chemical byproduct is H2O. Basically, think about it like this. That rocket engine is taking hydrogen and oxygen, blowing it up, and then some of it gets unburnt, and what gets unburnt in the combustion byproducts that are getting shot out the back are heated by the resulting explosion, and it's just shooting out water vapor. That's it. It shoots out steam. All a Hydrolox engine does is accelerate steam through the nozzle. That's it. It's steam. Would you stand next to it? Nope. That would be bad. Don't do that. Yeah, that's it. It's steam. It just, because you got to think about what a rocket engine does at the end of the day. What does it do? It just shoots hot gas out the back. Like, okay, think about if you have a balloon. You inflate a balloon, you let it go. That's all a rocket engine does. That's it. That's all it does, shoot hot gas out the back. But how do you shoot that? How do you accelerate that gas? You accelerate it with an explosion. Heat. You heat it up. How much of the Merlin is based on the company's lack of experience at the time? 0. Tom Mueller is a genius, dude. The guy that designed the Merlin engine, Hellfish, owns a C7R, by the way. So that should tell you everything you need to know about that guy. Tom Mueller's the freaking man. He designed the Kestrel engine, the Merlin vacuum engine, and the Draco engine, and the Super Draco, and had a hand in helping with Raptor before he left and started his own company. What was that dark exhaust we saw a second ago where you said rolling coal? So like I said, the gas generator over here. So this right here, see this thing over here. Obviously you have your rocket engine. That's where that gas thing happens that I was just telling you about. Right? But look at what's going on here. There's this thing over here. See that? That's a jet engine for the most part. It's a jet engine, but it's missing some parts. Okay? So what parts is it missing? It's missing the compressor. You don't need a compressor when you have liquid oxygen on tap. Liquid oxygen is a way better oxidizer than the resulting oxygen that you'd get from compression. So there's no intake on this jet engine. Okay? You still have your combustor and your turbine, which is down here. Instead of that turbine driving a compressor like on a jet engine, it's driving fluid impellers. It's driving a pump that pumps the fuel and oxidizer into the rocket engine. This is called a turbo pump because a turbine is driving pumps, a fluid pump, a liquid pump, right? So, a jet engine. This jet engine needs to spin a lot faster than a regular jet engine, though. The reason why is because these rocket engines are very thirsty. They're very thirsty. You need to deliver a lot of liquid oxygen and a lot of RP1 in this particular case really, really fast. So you need this thing to spin like the dickens. It needs to spin like crazy. Like we're talking 30, 40,000 RPM easily. Like it's way up there. Even Raptor shuttle engines B4 were 40,000 plus if I'm understanding this correctly. It's fast. Like, you know how old school Formula One cars, if you follow Formula One, they sound like pissed off bees, like that. It doesn't even sound like an engine at that point, right? So, what is this doing? That jet engine, because it needs to spin really, really fast, they need to give it a lot of fuel to get it to blow, to get the explosion, to turn that turbine wheel, to get it to spin really quickly. Problem is, you have trouble with overheating if that happens. So what they do is they basically deliver way more fuel than they need to into that gas generator. And the unburnt fuel that gets shot out is absorbing any heat that the metal would absorb. Instead of your metal melting, you just get some unburnt fuel coming out the bottom. Is this bad for the environment, if anybody's going to ask? Yeah, it's bad, but it's not really as bad as it looks. Like, rockets due to infrequency of flight are not the biggest polluter by a long shot. There's worse things, but yeah, that's a lot of carbon emissions. That it's unburnt carbon. It's actually shooting out like charcoal. That's why I said it's rolling coal, because it looks like it's shooting coal dust out the side like an old steam engine or something. Fun fact, it's actually not that far off, but you get the idea. Is it a jet engine? Is this jet engine a starter for the test stand? No. That's part of the rocket engine. That's the fuel pump for your engine and oxidizer pump. Yep. It's called the power pack. Alchemy? Yeah, that's called the power pack. The power pack is what delivers all the fuel and oxidizer to the rocket engine. Now, there are different ways to do it. Some engines, dude, you want to hear something nuts? Some engines take this and they shoot it into the nozzle to keep the nozzle cool. That's called film cooling. That's what Merlin Vacuum does. The Falcon 9's upper stage engine that had a problem, its gas generator goes into a recirculation manifold in the nozzle to cool the inside of the nozzle, because some of the heat will absorb some of the fuel will absorb some of the heat. Like, see down here, dude? This area is very hot. Yeah. Don't lick it. Anyway. Pissed off bees. First, LOL. Second, I can tell Formula One cars never raced at MIS because I never heard that. The Indy cars whine, but they didn't sound like bees. Oh, hubs. Dude. Don't get me wrong. Also, Michigan, rock on. My wife is from Dearborn. Hell yeah. I am adopted Michigan, but from Massachusetts. Also, I don't have this for no reason. Indy cars, kart, NASCARs don't rev very high. 7,800, 8,000 RPM from those engines. Indy's a little bit higher, like 10 to 12. Modern Formula One cars are like 12 to 14. The 3-liter V10 era from Formula One had V10 spinning 22,000 RPM. A 3-liter V10 spinning at 20,000 RPM. It doesn't even sound like an engine. I was basing my last question on experience of the company in the field. Well, that's what I'm saying, Hellfish. Tom Mueller had experience prior. He didn't just... Elon wasn't just like, hey, bro, you like rockets? Come make rocket engines for it. Tom Mueller was already... He was like running TRW's propulsion department. Dude, I'm telling you, that guy is a prodigy. Like, a prodigy. He did, not the company, but he was the chief propulsion guy. I don't understand what you're trying to say. I think his designs are perfectly applicable for what they were trying to do. Falcon 9 is amazing. No one's been able to replicate it. I'd say it's pretty good, dude. Those things are super short on the stroke, right? Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that it's a 3-liter V10, dude. The piston maybe moves that much. You're talking about maybe a piston the size of a golf ball, right? And it moves, the stroke is like 2 to 3 inches. And John, those old Formula One cars, I mean, new Formula One cars do this too. They have pneumatic valves. Instead of the valve being on a spring is not fast enough. You need pressure to open and close these valves to actuate them. They use a pneumatic system, which is actually super cool. If you like Koenigsegg free valve is kind of like that. I'm sure Boeing had experience, had people with experience just saying. Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Doctor, hey, I spent time in Peabody, Waltham, and Winchester during the summer of 79 and 81. Peabody, Waltham, and Winchester. Right on, Hubs. Hell yeah. Sweet, man. That's killer. Right on, dude. Yeah. Primo is from Dearborn. I heard. What was the era where F1 was just making silly power? Late 80s? From like 84 to 89, Formula One was insane. 1.5 liter V6 twin turbo, making 1,300 horsepower. I will still say, just on a quick side note, the Lotus, and I'm saying this as a gigantic Ferrari fan, the Lotus 98T that Senna drove in 1986 is one of the like most righteous Formula One cars of all time, and it's a looker. It's a looker. Just on a side note, the JPS 98T. Oh, that car looks. That is. 1,300 horse, twin turbo, 1.5 liter V6. Turbo lag? Yes, absolutely. Oh, ho, 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 ho. So hot, want to touch the hiney. Yeah, with no ABS and traction control. God damn, that's a cool car. Look at the freaking wastegate, it's huge. Oh, that is a freaking sweet car. Oh, that's so cool. See, nowadays they have an engine displacement that's similar to this, and they have one turbo instead of two. This was an individual turbo for each freaking bank because, all right, because all right. And then they have the hybrid system plugged into the back of this thing. So to make up for the small displacement of the motor, they have an electric motor that overcomes the turbo lag. 5 bar, dude. 70 psi of boost. Oh. Yes, I'll tell you what. That's one thing I respect Lewis for. He You ever seen that interview with Lewis where Alonso is driving around his Renault in the background and he's like, "These modern cars suck. These modern cars suck. Can we go back to that?" I'm like, "Can we go back to that? Do it. Can we go back to that? Because the modern cars nowadays sound like a fax machine." That's what they sound like, seriously. Maybe not a fax machine. Dot matrix printer, maybe. That's awesome, dude. Look at that freaking thing. Dual overhead cams. 1.5 liter dual overhead cam, pneumatic valve, freaking V6, dude. Look at the dude. That's so cool, man. Twin wastes, twin turbo. Dude, look at the size of those damn intercoolers. The intercoolers are huge. They're like the size of a window AC unit. Some say that reports that say Falcon 9 is dead are greatly exaggerated. Oh, that's cool. What's that about? Yeah, this has to be one of my favorite paint schemes. The 33 skull, nice. Awesome. What happened to Falcon 9? Second stage malfunction. Predominant last weekend. Falcon 9's grounded, dude. Next space flight is freaking empty. There's no rocket launches from the Cape this week. Now they're still on the books for Friday, but who knows? If I remember correctly, they're going to go electric. Ew. Take the same setup and add modern technology. Creation, I guarantee you with that 98T with modern computers and fuel mapping, you could probably get that much. Yeah, sure. I don't even think you'd need to change any of the hardware. The physics don't change. You take this thing, give it a modern engine map and a good ECU. Oh yeah, you could squeeze more power out of it. You probably danger to manifold it, but yeah, you probably could. Hey James, tier 2, 87 months. Oh, it's so cool. I'm sorry, it's just look at the flex joint and the silicon joiner right there, because imagine how freaking hot that pipe gets. Oh, it's so cool. It's like rocket engine plumbing. I just appreciate it. I think the future of F1 is sustainable fuels. It's kind of funny because the future of F1 is everything but good racing. Modern F1 is about sustainable fuels. Modern F1 is about driver safety. Modern F1 is about road safety. Modern F1 is about, not drinking and driving. I really wish they would just do the whole, racing thing. Have you watched Formula E? No. As in using sustainable fuel instead of electric. All right, anyway, let's see. SpaceX has now been requesting notice to airmen and other hazard notices for up to 4 Starlink missions to be performed between the 19th and the 22nd. Not sure if the public safety determination will come in time, but if it does, Falcon 9 might return to flight this weekend. I think I disagree with Alex there, respectfully. Alex is cool. We like Alex. You proper nerd's nerd. I think Falcon 9 will RTF this weekend. I really do. I really do. They wouldn't be filing the NOTAMs if they weren't. And that's why we have World Rally, the race series where even F1 drivers respect. Yeah. Rally's cool. Rally's cool. I'm not into it, Trenton, but I respect it. I respect it. Rally drivers are nuts. In a good way. The LMH version of the Aston Martin Valkyrie, why'd you capitalize Martin, is being tested in Silverstone today. She's a monster V12. Notice to air missions. Yes, that's correct. Or airmen, or airmen, air missions. Pick whatever one you want, dude. There's no malintent there. Aston Martin. Yeah, Dan, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's just my brain. I'm not trying to make it that's not fair. I don't care. I really don't. You know, call it whatever. We'll call it whatever they call it. It's fine. Do you know Sandy Monroe? And if you did see the last video of him with the new future NASCAR vehicle, the name sounds very familiar, Master, but I haven't been following much racing. Aston was lazy. Martin did all the work. Notice the space lizards. Yeah, there you go. I agree that they will want to have findings before flying crew, but the track record should be... Anesthesias, I think they're going to be getting... They're going to be flying sooner rather than later. For the utmost... Like, look. Even in the FAA's own statements. Here, I'll this was the response to Adrian. Check this out. Look, read this sentence. When a public safety determination request is received, the agency evaluates safety critical systems, the nature and consequences of the anomaly, the adequacy of existing flight safety analysis, safety, organization, performance, and environmental factors. Okay. A lot of buzzwords there. Break it down, right? The agency evaluates safety critical systems. So that would be the automatic flight termination system in Falcon 9's case. The AFTS, it did not trigger, but it didn't trigger because the engine still fired. And that's what I think. That's why I think that the Starlink 9-3 mission, I think that second stage had a problem with its chill down, the chill down plumbing. It was the thermal conditioning plumbing. The mainline plumbing was fine, which is why it didn't blow itself up. Right? And it got to the point where the flight termination system was safe, and it put it in a disposable parking orbit. Did you guys eat baklava from the Shatila bakery? No, Milan, but baklava's good. Very good. Boss, forge God's link. Okay, I'm in the middle of something. Give me a second. Enough monkey business. Do it already. All right. I have that link too. So, second part of this, dudes. Safety organization performance, environmental factors, existing flight safety analysis. Existing flight safety analysis is my big one for why I think Falcon 9 is going to fly a lot sooner rather than later. There have been 300 plus Falcon 9 launches, including 11 crew flights. We have the 8 crew missions, so 7 prior crew missions, DM2, the crew mission that's up there, that's crew 8. There's Axiom 1, Axiom 2. Oh, wait, it's more than that. Let's just say a plethora of crew missions. Yeah, there's Axiom 1, Axiom 2, 3. Dude, they come by so fast. I don't even know if it's 3 launched, right? Are we on 4? Did I just fart? Anyway, there's a lot of flight data. That's why I think, dude, if it was any other rocket, I would be like, they got to figure it out. They got to figure it out now. It's Falcon 9. There's plenty of data to compare it to. Let's check out this Aston Martin. Guys, see the fax machine? Anyway, sorry. No, it's a cool car. It's a cool car. Is it simple for an individual to sue SpaceX? You can sue anybody you want. Forge, I could sue you right now. Over what? And then you have to prove it. Why am I suing you? Is there grounds for you could sue anyone. Whether you're successful or not is up to you. All I heard was garbage disposal. Yep. Check the link. It's something funny. Don't sue anybody. Well, good. I mean, it has to hold up in the court of law. Can I sue you? No, sue you. I mean, screw you. All right. Checked up on recent lawsuits in Psy. America is really the wildest place on earth. Plaintiff Michael Graybill brings the action against the defendants of the United States of America, the Department of Defense, and the National Reconnaissance Office, Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, and Elon Musk for damages and injunctive relief arising out of the unlawful and unauthorized manipulation and control of the plaintiff's brain through a satellite system equipped with remote neural manipulation. Is this real? Is it? That's awesome. That's awesome. So, Forge, in our justice system, so I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. This is not my area of expertise. I watched My Cousin Vinny once, okay? My Cousin Vinny! Usually when you bring a suit against somebody, it depends on the type of suit that you're going to bring. Like, you could bring a gray suit, you could bring a blue one. You know, if this is a class action suit, it might be settled out of court. But once again, you have to have grounds. You have to have grounds for this. So that guy right there has to prove that this is what's going on. He has to prove it. That's called burden of proof, okay? And that has to do with innocent until proven guilty. The burden of proof is on the plaintiff in this particular case. You have to prove that they are using Starlinks to control your brain. You have to prove that. To what the heck is a you? Oh, the two youths. Would you like me to explain? I would love to hear this. Anyway, yeah, so once again, he has the burden of proof. So you're going to bring a class action lawsuit like that, you have to have burden of proof. This is why court cases. So if and then from there, it could, what the heck is the name of the next step? The next step happens in a courtroom. Really, EJ? It does? Oh my God! It's basically whether they weigh the evidence to see whether this will go to a trial or something. But if I'm remembering this right, a class action lawsuit is different. Discovery. There you go. Go at throttle up. There you go. Oh, and Dearborn. No, Milan, never. No, never. You're an Alabama. You killed the good old boy. There is no way that this ain't going to trial. ID10T, yeah. You can countersue for damages if they're wasting time, anesthesia. So let's just be 100% real here. This guy is barking up. This guy is barking up some entities that have really deep pockets.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, the Discovery Channel. But if there isn't a burden of proof, they just use National Geographic. I gotta sneeze. It's a turbocharger. We were talking about that. Turbos. Anyway. Salud. Merci. I got another one coming. The turbo's spooling. Oh, don't do this. Don't do that. Oh, it's gone. Oh, I hate that so much. Anyway, so there are some entities here that have some really deep pockets. The Department of Defense, the NRO, SpaceX, Elon. All of these entities have deep pockets. So dude, they'll countersue, and that's yeah. It's never gone. The 80s are never over. You just don't turn off. You can't sue the government unless they say you can. So, yeah, Forge, you can sue anybody you want. Whether you're successful, and there's grounds for your sue to, hold water, I guess. Yeah, that's up to you. Burden of proof is on you. You have to make sure you have something good. You're just going to get crushed in court. Seegers, this will not even get close to court. Not even close. What most likely will happen is that they'll say that the SpaceX, the DOD, basically Elon and everybody's lawyers will get a summons, not a summons. They'll get, say we're suing you, and they'll be like, all right. Okay. No, you're not. Summary judgment. Dude, yeah, my legal terms are caca. But I know the process, but I don't know the names. Anyway. Yeah, he has to have standing. Yeah, exactly. Anyway. All right. Let's move on a little bit. So, on this day, July 16th, 2024, 55 years to the day of the Apollo 11 launch, the Artemis 2 core stage was rolled out at Michoud onto the Pegasus barge for transport to the Cape. Oh, baby. That's nice. This was rolled out this morning. Oh, dang, bet there's a sweet core stage, you might say. Hey, that's pretty good. Impressive. Very nice. Yeah, they're completely incapable of launching. Don't flatline the budget next time. 55 years to the date. Did that include leap years? I don't froggin' know. See Paul Allen's in the rock. He doesn't have one. He has a straddle launcher. I got the joke, but also like kind of. Is SLS the same diameter as the Saturn V? Nope. Saturn V is a 10-meter core diameter, RJ. It's bigger than SLS and Starship. I wonder if you could do smart reuse on the SLS core stage like they're going to do with Vulcan. You could do anything, T-Man. Is the core stage built for doing something like that? Absolutely not. Should it be built to do something like that? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, duh. Are you like me and wishing there was one more engine in the center there? To be honest with you, dude, I have my architectural issues with SLS Hellfish. 4 shuttle engines and 2 5-segment SRBs are fine. Do I want a 5th one there? Well, yeah, of course. Do we need a 5th one there? No. No. Guys, the core stage and the 5 segments are not the issue with SLS's architecture. It's the upper stage. The upper stage, what's a nice way to put this? Sucks. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage that they're using now. They are using an ICPS, which is it's an extended Delta IV derived upper stage. There's nothing wrong with the DCSS. But you got to remember, the core stage with those 5-segment SRBs with an ICPS on top would be like Falcon 9 with a Falcon 1 stage and payload fairing sitting on top of it. So much performance is just wasted. Just wasted. SLS is designed to launch with a much bigger upper stage and a much bigger payload fairing and a capsule sitting on top of that. Please calling me. Can I help you? Oh, you're awesome. Later is fine. I love you. You made steak. I like steak, chat. Bye. My wife. Bye-bye. The noise gate cut her off. That's why I said what she said. That's what she said. Anyway, so yeah, I never had a problem with the core stage. Core stage 5 segments are fine. You need a higher energy upper stage. Honestly, SLS with the Earth departure stage on top of it would be amazing. Yeah, that would be fine. That would be just fine. The EUS is okay. It's okay. It's okay. Could be better. I like things that spin. I like things that spin. We like things that spin. They're going to hotfire the... Are they going to hotfire the EUS before they send it? Yes, the B2 test stand at Stennis is being retooled right now, RJ, for... as a... Actually, it's a modular configuration. What they're going to do is have a main propulsion test article to test out engines. So basically, in the future, they're just going to make the white part here and be able to put that on the engine test stand at the B2 test stand and fire the 4 engines together, green run style without the tanks. And also, that piece will be able to be swapped out to put an EUS test stand on the B2 as well. Wait, so the J2X could still possibly exist? In my dreams, Dragon. In my dreams. Whatever Leo wants, Leo gets. If SLS carried over the J2X development, yeah. SLS, yeah. And they baselined it with the Earth departure stage, it would be amazing. It would be a great lifter. Saturn V tier. Easily. Because you have that dinky little upper stage on top of it, and even the exploration upper stage, here's your trade-off. The EUS, believe it or not, fellas, the EUS has more delta V than the Earth departure stage. Yeah, true story. But, interesting thing here, the EDS has more energy. It has more characteristic energy. Higher TWR. Interesting, right? How good do you think the J2X would have been if they got to go through its full development cycle? Great. Be amazing. I still think Ares 5 and Ares 1 is a good idea, Hellfish. That hasn't changed. I haven't gone on a good, constellation cancellation rant in a good while. I still think Ares 1 and Ares 5 is superior architecture for NASA. You have more characteristic energy. Yeah, I know, Pluto. That's why I stream. Was that supposed to be an insult? An insult? Try harder next time. Higher C3 versus more Delta V. Bingo. Now, Deadbringer, here's the thing. Do I like that the EUS has more Delta V and you could theoretically go further? You could explore the solar system more with it? Yeah, sure, absolutely. But here's my problem. My problem is that you're not going to Mars with an EUS. You're not doing that. Unless you're doing a flyby. Like what Saturn wanted to do, what the Apollo program wanted to do. The Apollo program wanted to do flybys around Mars and Venus. That's where the program was going. Not landing on Venus for obvious reasons, and not even a Mars landing. Not at least for a little while. Got to figure out how to build a Mars lander, and you have to, go have fun on the moon that you just got to, right? You're not using an EUS to get to Mars. You're not using an EUS to land on Mars. You're not using an EUS for a transit to Mars. You're not doing that. That's not happening. And before people say, well, EJ, you don't know that. I mean, the physics suggests that that's not how that works at all. Because you need a certain amount of characteristic energy. You need a certain, not characteristic energy. You need a certain amount of energy expended in a certain amount of time to be able to get on a Hohmann transfer between Earth and Mars, a trans-Martian injection, or TMI. No, it's not too much information. Guys, not even the Constellation program with the Earth departure stage, which has way more characteristic energy, albeit less delta V, was going to be used to get to Mars. Anybody that thinks that the EUS is going to be used for any type of Martian exploration architecture is kidding themselves. You're lying to yourself. And you're lying to people that you say that to. Yeah. There's no way. Can you see my last and then I'll stop yapping about SLS? Do you So tell me if I'm missing something, but why would you test Orion on a version of SLS with the ICPS only to change the upper stages down the road? Doesn't that require a second unmanned flight? Okay, so one in the future, hold your questions until I'm done. So believe me, it's hot as balls in here, RJ. I'm not as good at keeping track of this as I usually am, okay? like, dude, look at this. Look at this. Sweat my ass off in here. Anyway, so I'm not complaining. It's just harder to keep track of things. Secondly, no, it's all good. I'm just telling you, I'm not mad, not pissed. Trying not to be pissy, man. It started happening when I was playing Archie into a little earlier. I'm like, shut up, chat. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. What's the crossover point for when you want more Delta V versus more energy? Stakeholder expectations, Elfish. Where are you trying to go? The crossover point, theoretically, is somewhere between here and Mars. An orbit that's between here and Mars, which is pretty useless. Yeah, it actually cooled off a little bit because I vented all the hot air out of the garage. Anyway, RJ, your question. So tell me if I'm missing something, but why would you test Orion on a version of SLS with the ICPS only to change upper stages down the road? Doesn't it require a second unmanned flight? Yes and no. Why do I say yes and no? So no, because Orion is already qualified. The Block 1B SLS, the one with the EUS, has very similar components to the ICPS. From what I can tell, it's just a supersized version of an ICPS with 4 RL-10s instead of 1. Commonality would make it so you really don't have to do that. However, look, I don't want to go barking up Lockheed Martin's tree, and I definitely don't think I'm a better engineer than anyone at Lockheed. But I'm just going to tell you this. Lockheed, for whatever reason, when they chose Orion's testing regime, said that they were going to fly it once with no life support systems on it, and then fly it the immediate next time with people on board. I have always had a very big problem with that. And the reason why I've had a very big problem with that is that not even the Apollo program did that. And the Apollo program was ballsy. They had they had one of their CSMs blow up on the way to the moon. Remember that part? Not even the Apollo program did that. Not even the Apollo program had that type of risk mitigation. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Lockheed doesn't have the chops to do it. I definitely think that they do. But also at the same time, their life support systems did not pass acceptance criteria for Artemis 3. Oops. The reason why I had a problem with the way they were testing Orion is because of the lack of fully integrated testing before human spaceflight. I don't like that. I don't care who you are. Dude, SpaceX didn't even do that. Like, and once again, this isn't to bark up Lockheed Martin's tree. If I had to guess, this testing regime was chosen because they tried to short basically the entire SLS program. Like, they shorted it. They didn't get the funding that they needed, which is consistent with the entire Artemis program, which is just frankly annoying. But yeah, will it have to fly? Will they have to test fly it again? No, but yeah, I'll bet you most likely they do, just because of the failure of acceptance testing of life support systems. Yeah, in case you guys didn't know, the main reason why they're delaying Artemis 2 until 2026, I think it is. It was supposed to be this year. It's supposed to be right now. Look, the core stage is ready. It was supposed to be at the end of 2024. See? Weird how that works. SLS is actually not the bottleneck anymore. The reason why it got delayed is because, so Artemis 1 flew with no life support systems on board. It was just a pressurized can. There was no HVAC in that capsule. Artemis 2 is supposed to fly with a life support system with 4 people on board on a long duration lunar flyby mission. Okay. Artemis 3 is supposed to rendezvous with a lander on a long duration mission. On a longer duration mission while they go down to the surface of the moon. That's supposed to, God knows when that's going to happen. The life support systems did not pass acceptance criteria for the longest duration mission that they have on the books for the Artemis program. Okay, dude, look, once again, I ain't a better engineer than Lockheed. I'm just some bum that talks about this stuff on the internet. And there's probably some factors I'm not considering here. But also, how the hell do you not scale your entire... Okay, so the acceptance criteria for Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 are different. Why would you have different acceptance criteria for the same life support system that you're going to use for 2 longer duration missions? Once again, knowing rocket science, there's probably a very good reason for that. Do I know what that reason is? No, I don't. Will I ever learn that reason? I don't know. Anybody here work on Orion? I don't know. That does not sound right in my mind. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound good. Your life support systems are failing acceptance criteria for the longer duration missions. That was a big enough problem for NASA to delay Artemis 2 by a year. Indefinitely. Look, man, I just play Kerbal, all right? I just play Kerbal, and I just read about this stuff. I'm not an engineer. I play one on Twitch. That's about it. That does not sound right to me. How many triples can it support? Oh, at least 3. Is ULA going to be making the EUS? No, I believe Boeing is the prime contractor on the EUS talent. Yeah, Hellfish, I don't know about differential acceptance criteria. I have no idea why you would do that. That makes absolutely no sense. No, they said it. We never heard any details. Sorry for the off topic, but what do you think is going to happen with the Russian space program? All space-going countries would choose SpaceX or to do their own ships. Also, Russia quits the ISS program in a couple of years. Everybody quits the ISS program in a couple of years, Yopta. Jason, yeah, because they ain't engineers on board either. So, Yopta, what's going to happen to the Russian space program? Nothing. I mean that in both senses of the term. I don't think anything is going to happen with the Russian space program. I hope the air filters have the same shape as the lander. What lander? I get the joke, Slacy. Yeah, I get the joke. But also, what freaking lander? NASA should be developing their own. I don't think that's one of my criticisms of in this was a hindsight 2020 thing. I called it a good idea at the time, and this isn't a slight against SpaceX, so don't get confused. I think it was wrong for NASA to commercialize a human landing system. NASA needed an in-house solution for landing on the moon. Why do I say that? The reason why they opted for a commercial lander for the Artemis program is because that was the only way to get it on the books. That was the only way you could get a lander at all. It's overshadowing a much bigger problem. NASA has not been funded correctly for about 50 years. But, yeah. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, no, I wasn't done. Nothing's going to happen to the Russian program. Why? Why do I say that? Nothing is going to happen to the Russian program because they use Soyuz and Angara and, well, not Proton anymore. There still is a couple Protons left, but they use those rockets for spy satellites. Nothing's going to happen. They might not launch people as much, but nothing's going to happen. Nothing and simultaneously nothing and nothing. The program will stay the same, but it won't. Will they have an ISS to go to anymore? Probably not. But the Russians, there is talks of them building their own space station. They wanted to work with the Chinese space station, but the Chinese actually told them to go away, which is all right. Yeah, so I really don't. I think Roscosmos is fine now in terms of like scientific exploration. I'm not sure. They have the Federacia, or what is it, Oral? They're working on a new deep space capsule, but the news coming out of there since 2022 hasn't exactly been informative. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't one module meant for the ISS is now being repurposed to their own station? Yeah, Kirinov, yeah. But see, here's the thing, dude. The Nauka module that was attached to the ISS, that module, and frankly, the rest of the ISS modules are all leftover parts from the Mir 2 program. What I'm trying to tell you that there's no industrial base to build new space station modules. Could they do it? Yes. Would it take some time to get that production chain up to build new modules? Yes. Will they eventually do that? Yeah, probably. They like maintaining the status quo over there. That's why Soyuz has been flying for 50 plus years. So, what do I think? Nothing. Can Russia sustain the space program by themselves? Yes. Is it kind of sucky to see an international partner not be an international partner anymore? Yeah, that kind of blows, dude. I'm not going to lie. But it is what it is, dude. Is there a time known when Soyuz will ever be put out of service? They're going to launch... The Eagle capsule is coming along sooner rather than later, and the Angara rocket that's going to fly it should be coming. But keep in mind, Angara is a design from Soviet times as well. I don't think there are resources for Roscosmos to maintain a fully operational space station or some kind of hard scientific projects. What? What's this, the space station that they deal with right now? I'm ready for an NOS Salyut to be discovered in a warehouse somewhere and sent up into orbit. That's basically what Nauka was, Bill. Ramos, inglés, por favor. Amigo, por favor. Mi español es mal. Muy mal. Inglés, por favor. Russia lost access to Baikonur, didn't they? No. No, absolutely not. Look how long it took them to even launch Nauka, because they had to rebuild their industrial base to do it, RJ. It's going to take some time. I don't think the Russian space program is going anywhere. Once again, the reason why stems back to 3 letters. Ministry of Defense. Russia will not surrender their own launch capability and will do whatever they need to do to prop that program up, because no country is willing to give up assured access to space unless you're the British. Oh no! Anyway. I don't know, Slacy. The Chinese station, I don't know that the lifespan on that station is. I'll bet you it's not.
those are made out of Salyut derived modules and DOS derived modules. Basically, they're derived from Russian space station modules with copied American components on top of it. They probably won't last very long, but they're fine for the duration. I mean, not in the current situation. There's some kind of other ways of wasting money for the Russian government, if you know what I mean. They won't surrender their access to space yacht. That would be idiotic. In March 2023, Kazakhstan was seized. No. The Baytarek project was seized by Kazakh authorities because the Russians didn't pay for it. The Baytarek project, not Baikonur, Baytarek, different. The Baytarek project was the project to take old launch pads and convert them over to Soyuz 5. Soyuz 5 is a Soyuz derivative with an RD-171MV in the first stage. It was a simplified version of Soyuz that was supposed to launch the Angara capsule. Yeah, they stopped paying for it, and the contract stipulation was that if either party stops funding it, it'll just revert to Kazakh authority. Now, because people can't be bothered, other space news organizations can't be bothered with finding somebody that speaks Russian and actually translating the stupid article other than hitting right-click Google Translate on it. Yeah, they all reported it that the Kazakhs seized Baikonur from the Russian Ministry of Defense, which is bullcrap. That's not true. Yeah, they purposefully defaulted, Hokie. Okay, what's the right way to say this? They allocated more money that was allocated for spaceflight projects to defense spending. Does that make sense? This is NASA, right? No. No soy NASA, amigo. Soy EJ. Me gusta espacio. Just check, the UK is still part of the ESA. I know, Dr. Hubs, yeah, they are. But they surrendered their launch capability when they joined the ESA. Yeah, the UK is the only country to ever give up orbital launch capability ever. But that's because the ESA had launch capability. Yep. Makes sense, dude? Yeah, so, yeah, CW, that's what happened. Yeah, the Baytarek program for Soyuz 5 was the Russians needed to make they need to prioritize their spending. How many launches did the Black Arrow have? 2, 3, maybe? Hokie, actually, dude, go and read about the Black Arrow's engine actuation. Like how they make the rocket engine go. It's actually pretty freaking smart, dude. Bye, I'm gonna do my homework because my mom, yeah, it's your mom wants you to. Okay. Escuela es importante, amigo. Rápido. Muy importante. Go. So yeah, the way the Black Arrow's engines actually work is really interesting stuff. But anyway, yeah. So SLS core stage rolled out. It's going to go down to it's going to the Cape now. Now note that interestingly enough, this is the last time you're ever going to see that. No, not the core stage. You're never going to see a fully assembled core leave Michoud ever again. Core stage 3 is going to be assembled at the Cape. They're going to build the main propulsion system, what's called MPS, this white part right here. They're going to build that at the operations and checkout building at the Cape, and Michoud will handle tank manufacturing. And they'll physically put together SLS inside of the VAB. Yep. And then move it from the VAB to the mobile launcher. Now, yeah, Forge, you've been linking that like constantly, not realizing that it's right there. So Scott was, this is coming from, hello, Mutt Scanley here. Personally, I don't think the VAB should be used for stage integration. I was wondering if you were going to notice, Forge, anyway. I don't think the VAB should be used for stage integration. It's the vehicle assembly building. It's designed for putting stages together. It's really not designed for assembling stages, even though it kind of did with SORBs in the past, but that's another story. All right, so Scott was looking through the 2025 NASA authorization bill. It requires NASA write a report on the demand for SLS by entities other than NASA. That should be a very short report. All right, what do we got here? The administrator shall assess the demand for the Space Launch System by entities other than NASA and shall break out such demand according to the relevant federal agency or non-government sector. This assessment may estimate the cost and schedule savings from reduced transit times and the potential for increased returns enabled by the unique capabilities of the Space Launch System. B, will describe any barriers or challenges that could impede the use of the Space Launch System by entities other than NASA. I can think of one. And identify potential actions as and costs associated with overcoming barriers and challenges described in subparagraph B. So there is a clause in the NASA Authorization Act to have the NASA administrator look into using SLS for something other than NASA missions. So this implies two things. Well, one thing. There are other customers that are scoping for SLS flights. Who those customers are? Don't know. But interesting here is identify potential actions and costs associated with overcoming barriers and challenges described in subparagraph B. Let's see. Okay, here it is. And shall break out such demand according to the relevant federal agency or non-government sector. So, feds. What that basically says in plain English is that it's pretty straightforward, that there are other federal agencies that might have a need for SLS or straight commercial ventures. I'm going to go ahead and bet that Uncle Sam wants that rocket for something. A little off topic, but thoughts on this article. Avro Aerospace builds revolutionary ramjet engine capable of generating thrust at 0 speeds. You'd have to link an article, Tone Dog. I've heard about that, but I'd have to go read about it, dude, before I could really weigh in. The National Reconnaissance Office. To be honest, commercial SLS flights would probably drive SLS prices down. You know what, Aqualux? Anything we can do to increase flight frequency, I don't care. Tone Dog, I can still see the link, but you have to ask for... you have to ask
this is space. I'm in space.
My bad. Yeah, Tone Dog, don't worry about it. I could still see the link. I have it open over there. I'll get into that in a second. Let me finish talking about SLS. So, I don't know. So, estimate cost and schedule savings from reduced transit times and the potential for increased returns enabled by the unique capabilities. So, let's think about this for a second. You can kind of scope in on at least what the stakeholder expectations for potential government and non-government sectors would be for SLS. What What unique capability does SLS have that you can't get from a regular launch vehicle? Let's think about this for a second. Don't say nothing. I know someone's going to say it. I know someone's going to say it. Shut up. You heard some... Yeah, 95, of course it was, now that you're here. Okay, so, Hell Hydra, you got a very large payload fairing, right? SLS has the capability of offering up to a 10-meter payload fairing. So, 10-meter payload fairing, and I'll bet you that if you just launched the core stage with SRBs on the right trajectory with a fairing on top of it, no upper stage, you could probably do about 100 tons into Leo. I'm pretty damn sure you could. Well, it's a good jobs program. I mean, you're not wrong, Act, but we're talking about straight vehicle capability here. It's definitely capable of keeping people employed. You're not wrong. And you know what? To be like absolutely clear, I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. I really don't. I don't have a problem having jobs program. I just really want the jobs program to do something. Like, come on, do something. Like, oh, like, okay. And it's not even that big of a increase. Like, launching 4 times a year. SLS 4 times a year. That's it. 4 lunar flights every year for the next 5 years. Just, that's not a lot to ask for. Your Boston is coming out. Wikipedia says 95 tons to Leo with Block 1. Yeah, but if you took the upper stage off, Bill, and made like a Block 0 configuration and just put a fairing up there instead... Saying, I'll bet you it's about 100 tons. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, I based it off of that, dude. So Elon wants to launch a Cybertruck into space. Pretty sure he uses on launch vehicle to do that. That means big brother by spin. Yeah, whatever. They like doing that. They like doing that everywhere else. Why not with us? Holy Jesus. You know what I mean? So, anyway, SLS, I mean, Hell Hydra, I think you hit the nail on the head. Bigger station modules potentially for a commercial customer. Hey, I'll be honest with you. Anything that you can do to get that program the funding it needs to be able to scale to 4 flights a year. I seriously don't think it's going to be that much. It really won't. But, anyway, yeah. It's interesting that they're scoping for a potential customer. That means the Department of Defense has something up their sleeve. They need 100 tons to low Earth orbit capability for whatever the heck they're doing. I mean, I would really like to know, but then again, a lot of people would like to know, right? But I'm pretty sure I'm not on the need-to-know basis there, so I don't need to know. But it would still be cool. I'm sure whatever it is, it's super freaking cool, but, you know. Commercial SLS core stage wet workshop would be nice. Dude, that's what I'm talking about, man. There's so much stuff you could do with this thing. No. Launch it once a year and maybe like once or twice. Get out of here. 4 times a year, one of them being a wet workshop, 3 other go to the frickin' moon. How cool would that be? Anyway, my money would be less on the 100 tons and more on the 10-meter fairing sides. You said moron. I said moron. We also don't know what the real cost of an SLS launch would be, rather than the huge number of people love to quote. Total cost involved, Bill, is somewhere around $1 billion per launch. That's TCI, though. People don't understand TCI, and they just see $1 billion and go, ooh, ooh, you know, ooh, that number big. Yeah, of course it is. Duh. Rocket, this stuff's expensive. It's not as expensive as you might think, but still it's pretty expensive. You know, well, God, that cost $1 billion. I'm gonna write a 5,000-word essay why the $1 billion is too much in my mind. I guess they would use it for the larger NRO satellites. That's my guess, Hell Hydra. I mean, either way, it'd still be cool. Anyway, There's water in the exhaust. Oh. Yeah, it's funny because people don't understand basic project management. Pretty sure if you wanted to talk about cost per unit price, if you think you're qualified enough to talk about cost per unit price per launch for a launch vehicle and don't understand what total cost involved means, you probably shouldn't be talking about it. Yeah. That's like saying, yeah, I love to drive cars around. Hey, what's a tire? What does that do? Accoutrement, what the heck is that crap? Anyway. Gosh dang son of a gun. Can we say upside down Hubbles? Sure. I'd love to see the TCI, the total cost involved numbers for everyday things like a car or a bus ticket. Oh, we got the flies here again. Get out of here, you gosh darn jackass. What? Sorry. Winnebago man. Go look it up. What do you think will be the next breakthrough in non-common chemical propulsion? Nuclear. Nuclear thermal, Slacy is the guy. Nuclear thermal. You jam a nuclear reactor into a rocket engine's combustion chamber. Don't combust anything in it and just flow hydrogen over the nuclear reactor. It's called nuclear thermal propulsion. The Department of Defense is going to do a propulsion demo in 2026 of a nuclear propelled rocket. Now, nuclear rockets it's not The Expanse. It's not Star Wars. But nuclear rockets are about twice as efficient as, let's say, just regular chemical propulsion. Yeah. But a bipropellant chemical rocket like a shuttle engine, a nuclear thermal rocket has the potential to have way more characteristic energy and way, actually, less characteristic energy, but way higher delta V. Like, we're talking about a twofold increase in efficiency. Jim, under Space Policy Directive 3 with the 45th president at the time, RJ funded, basically reactivated the NERVA program. Yeah, they reactivated the NERVA program. And this test in 2026 is the fruits of that labor. You've been streaming for 7 hours? Yeah, sure, Ike. Of course. How you doing? What's the TCI for this stream? Oh, I don't know. My equipment has more than paid for itself many times over. Jim was a fantastic NASA administrator, dude. Guy like that only comes around once in a blue moon. That's why it sucked that he only basically had like 2.5 years because the Senate refused to confirm him. Jim works all over the place, man. He does work everywhere. The guy's super cool. It's equivalent to the early Expanse drives, specifically torch drives. Yeah. Nuclear is the next big thing. The other big thing would be detonating engines. Rotating detonation engines, or RDEs. RDEs, yeah. Rotating detonators are... It's not an Epstein drive, but it's definitely moving in that direction. Like, yeah, NASA is testing our rotating detonation rocket engines, RDREs, right now. Yeah, Tone Dog, GE is working on an RDE scramjet, which is just, frick you, that's cool. So a rotating detonation scramjet, or turbo ramjet, is, dude, you could fly for, like, say you put that on an airplane and that airplane could take the speeds that you're going to encounter. You could probably go like Los Angeles to Sydney in like 4 to 5 hours with an RDRE or a hybrid jet RDR engine. Yeah. Yeah, Jaxa is working on it too. Yep. Rotating detonation engine. Yeah. So guys, it works kind of along the same principles as a pulse jet. So if you're familiar with the V1, Vengeance Weapon 1 from the Second World War, the buzz bomb, that thing, it works kind of like that. But how a pulse jet works, basically, it shoots a detonation wave out the back, right? But the detonation wave evacuates, right? And then you get a pressure drop, and then a valve opens, and fuel and air is delivered, right? And then you get another detonation. It pulses the detonations because you're still using a mechanical valve train. The reason why is because it's impossible to, at least to our knowledge, to keep a detonation wave, to keep a constant detonation wave coming out of the back of a detonating engine. The RDE is the trump card in this. They thought it was impossible. It definitely was impossible in the 40s, but this rotating detonation rocket engine, basically, instead of shooting the pressure wave linear out the combustion chamber, it swirls a pressure wave around perpendicular or on an axial plane relative to your thrust. So what does that mean in plain English? The rocket engine is swirling three or four detonation waves around, and instead of the detonation wave moving this way, it just goes in a circle. The idea is that you maintain a constant gas acceleration. There's a constant detonation going on inside of the engine. It is. Whoever thought of that is, yeah, that's some like von Braun innovation or like Goddard innovation. That's nuts. Yeah, thank you. This is a good visualization of it. It's an axial detonation wave, which is, once again, whoever thought of this is, watch, ready? See, you have a linear thing here. This works like that's the pulse jet, right? Right there, and it shoots a detonation wave out. If you just cut this here and got rid of this part, that's what a buzz bomb does. Just, right? It just constantly shoots a bunch of detonation waves out at a very low frequency, which is why it gives you that buzzing noise. The RDE swirls that same detonation wave around inside of an annular thrust chamber on a rocket engine. And if you do this right, you can have 2 or 3 going around in there. You can have 2 or 3 detonation waves toilet bowling inside of your engine. Hey, I don't know, come up with a better name, right? Yeah, and basically, because the pressure waves are swirling around like that, right? You have gases getting shot out the back of this engine at supersonic speeds because of the detonation wave. Remember, equal and opposite reactions, right? Newton's laws. However fast you can shoot the gas out the back of the rocket, the faster you're going to go. The more gas you can shoot out, the faster, at a faster exhaust velocity, the further you're going to get, basically. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, and that's more into delta V, right, than just Newton's laws, but that's the quick answer. If you can shoot the gas out of the back of the nozzle at a faster speed, you'll go further. You'll have better impulse. You can get more thrust that way. RDEs are basically that's like the next step in the tech tree, so to speak. What's illustrated in this CFD? Velocity, pressure, or density? All of them? So it just times its pulses? Yeah, for the most part. You have to keep okay. This is getting into some pretty hardcore stuff. Long story short, you have to keep the detonation waves all traveling at the same speed. They have to stay equidistant from each other. If the detonation waves get too close to each other, they basically, if one's traveling faster than the other, it'll blow it out, like blowing out a candle. It's hard to keep the detonation stable over time. What's your prediction on when we'll use this technology? Headphone users. Yeah, instability if they don't keep the distance. Yeah, they'll basically blow each other out. If that ain't some future stuff, I don't know what is. Appreciate the warning. Gotcha. It looks like an arrow spike. Detonating engines, RJ, aren't necessarily arrow spikes. What this is called an annular thrust chamber. Basically, you have a toroidal thrust chamber like this. That part, it is a spike. It's a spike nozzle to be sure, but the glowing part is your combustion chamber. It works kind of like an arrow spike, but this is arrow spikes do not have a toroidal arrow spike does not have an. Well, actually, it could. Let's see why it couldn't. RDUs utilize an annular thrust chamber. It kind of is a toroidal arrow spike, but it's kind of not because it's detonating. You're not just combusting and shooting gas out the back. There's detonation waves swirling around in this. This one used methyl oxide, in case anybody was wondering about it. Well, I think I just fell in love. This was 6 months ago, guys. Dude. NASA's working on all kinds of stuff. They have all kinds of weird stuff that they're working on. There's always world-ending event or a Carillion death ray or anything about to destroy this meaningless planet. What keeps these people nice and happy and safe is that they do not know. No, there's always some MIB stuff going on at NASA. They do crazy things, dude. You just don't hear about them. I don't know why they don't go shout from the rooftops every time something like this happens. That is a big deal. That is a big deal. Dude, that right there is a bypass turbojet to rocket engine technology. Now, if that doesn't make any sense, the high bypass turbojet, every airplane that has a jet engine on it nowadays is using a bypass turbojet. Instead of having a jet engine just give you thrust, the jet engine is pushing on an extra set of turbines, and that turbine moves a big ducted fan at the front of the engine. Every airliner nowadays uses a bypass turbofan. It is by far the most efficient way to do things. 737s, A320s, A350s, A380s, 747s, 767s, 777s, 757. Pick your poison. Every single jetliner uses one of those unless it has a prop. Newer engines even have a geared fan, which makes it even crazier, Warped. Long story short, okay, so who invented the high bypass turbofan? The high bypass turbofan was developed by GE in the late 60s. The reason why they did that is because they needed something powerful enough to move the 747 around. Everybody loves the 747. Everybody knows that plane. That plane's revolutionary. It's revolutionary. Joe Sutter was the chief designer of the 747. The guy's a freaking genius. But one of the reasons why the 747 was so ridiculously good at what it did is because it was one of the first planes to use the JT9, a high bypass turbofan. There needed to be significant R&D done in the propulsion department to be able to get that big of a plane to fly that far, that fuel efficient. And that was a huge thing. Like I said, that RDEs are like a bypass turbofan in terms of technological advancement. Japan flew one. They did it. They did an on-orbit test last year. Deadbringer, I knew that. Oh, cool, man. That's neat. Well, Mr. Turbofan himself. Why else would he be named that? Right? So, yeah, I don't know why, guys. That's such a big freaking deal. Like, you guys have seen. You've seen us do rocket engine tests. You know that the rocket engine accelerates this gas out so fast that it creates low pressure at the front of the test stand. It basically creates a huge vacuum because it's accelerating all that air out, and that accelerates the air around it, right? Like, basically all the air is getting pulled this way because you have such a huge pressure. You have a lot of air going that way, right? And it creates a huge vacuum. Look at, so any vent lines usually get sucked into the flames here. Now, there is a vent line. Dude, look at this. You could see something venting on the back of this engine test plate. Something definitely broke there for what it's worth. But look at how turbulent those gases are. That looks like it's in a hurricane. It looks like you're under gale force winds right there. This thing looks like it's being ripped apart by a tornado. That's because the gases coming out of this thing are going so fast that it's creating such a big vacuum. You're creating airspeed in here. Yeah, yes, it looks like it's going through a tornado because it basically is. When will it be for commercial use? I don't know. This tech would be insane. It would be really good for first stage engines. Now put a nozzle around it. It has a nozzle. That one's using Methalox. Yep. How many newtons of thrust was it? Oh, 5,800 pounds of thrust. So that's not that big of a deal, but yeah, dude, if that looks like some sci-fi stuff, it's because it is. Yeah, this is a little babby engine. This thing is not that big. It's maybe about this big. Like maybe the size of a basketball. But a rotating detonation rocket engine, upper stages, first stages, there's tons of different applications here. Japan did fly one. Yeah, I already mentioned it. Are turbofans and rotating detonation engines created or 3D printed? That one is 3D printed. But turbofans, modern high bypass turbofans do use some additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing isn't anything new, guys. For the longest time, it was called stereolithography, and it's been used in manufacturing for 50 years. Anybody here do 3D printing? What's the file extension on a 3D printing file? STL, stereolithography. You'd 3D print it to make castings back in the day. It's been around for a long time. It's just somebody decided, I want to make this into a 3D printer. Space companies would be dumb if they weren't eyeing this for a future vehicle. How come we don't see any mock diamonds with this thing? The gases are shooting out of that thing so fast that they don't even have a chance to collapse in on themselves. That and the annular thrust chamber with the spike nozzle have a lot to do with it. But even if this was a conventional nozzle, in which case I'm not 100% sure how you do this with a conventional nozzle, but I'm not sure I know the math behind being able to do that. But yeah, that's your near future tech. Nuclear thermal detonator engines. I'm sure you could figure out a way to do a nuclear detonator. Nuclear thermal detonation would probably not work very well. Doing an Orion drive. It's nuclear. Thanks for that contribution to this discussion, Hot Dog Smoke. You're welcome. I'm gonna keep saying nuclear though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna keep saying that. Oh boy. All right. But yeah, there's all kinds of cool propulsion out there. I just don't like. Here's the thing, like the you know, like you get space news in regular, you know, media sources from time to time, but it's always usually the bad stuff. You never hear about the cool stuff like that, and that just dude drives me up the wall. Because no one cares about science that's not when their bombs are spoon-fed to them. John, I wouldn't be doing what I do. I wouldn't be doing what I do if nobody cared. So it's clear that some people do. Drama sells. Yeah, it does, Dark Side, but I think I'm pretty good case circumstance as to drama not selling, because that's not what I sell. I just tell people what's going on. Where do you get your space news? X. Yeah, X. X is pretty damn good for space news, believe it or not. Turns out the guy that owns that also has some ventures in the aerospace industry. So it just inadvertently kind of makes it a really good place to learn about what's going on in the aerospace industry. And so I'm serious. It's like I'm not even kidding. I here a rule of mine is to do not base anything that I report on anything that I heard that I shouldn't be talking about. Okay, so do I know people that work at SpaceX? Yeah, absolutely. I know plenty of them. Do I know people that work at NASA? Oh yeah, there's tons. They're in the chat. They're all over the place. And SpaceX too, for what it's worth. Hey guys, you guys rock. Keep doing what you do. I know people that work at all different companies, everywhere. I know people at Firefly. I know people. I do not ask these people for tidbits of information. I never do. Ever. One, because the stuff that I'm probably curious about is probably something they wouldn't be able to tell me anyway. Two, I don't treat my friends like that. To get something off the record from somebody and reporting it as news. I have an ethical problem with that. And three, yeah, okay, there's no three. It's just an ethical problem. I don't do that. All the news that I report is stuff that you can easily look up. I don't report insider information. I have a very, very, very strict rule about that. I'll never sources say you. Let me put it like that. I never have. Never will. I dropped off that platform. I'll monitor other channels like yours. I just come here. If you have questions about space, it doesn't matter if I'm playing a game, doesn't matter if I'm playing Kerbal, doesn't matter if I'm playing Counter-Strike. You can ask a question about spaceflight. I'll answer. I'll take the time to answer, even if it means getting shot in the dome piece in Counter-Strike. I'm unable to block the noise on X, and it's probably my fault. That's why I'm here. No, Trissel, that's fair. X is definitely rowdy. It's rowdy. It reminds me of the internet from 20 years ago, to be honest with you. Anybody that ever played Xbox Live in 2004, 2005 knows what I'm talking about. Savage freaking place, dude. We've got the more ethical Eric. Oh, God. Yeah. No, you won't. I guess I'll have to take you and your word, number 5, Mr. Bottom Fragger. Look, man, I don't even play that game anymore. I still top fragged. What's up with that, RB? You play that game all the time. I want to play more, to be honest with you. I'm like, no. The fire got relit, and I'm having trouble dealing with that. Oh, that's cool. Sorry, I just got a DM from one of my buddies that works in the industry. That's weird. No insider information, though. Sorry. Sorry, can't tell you. I'm telling you, definitely just didn't give, you know, a middle finger emoji to me in DMs. Like, that totally didn't just happen. Don't make me break the CS rust off. Yeah, I know. Modern Warfare 2 lobbies were fun. But yeah, Tristan, I don't blame you. Dude, I came of age in the mid 2000s internet, which was a savage place. I got a super thick skin. Whatever, I don't care. Like, was it Elon? Oh yeah. The ex-CEO does dabble in rockets from time to time. Actually, Linda Yaccarino does not dabble in rockets at all. But you get the idea. Last for a shuttle question. Speaking of questions, you have one for the shuttle. The pod that's on the Columbia's tail. When did they install that? Sometime in the late 80s. It's called a silt pod, T-Man, and it was used for thermal imaging of the shuttle's wings during reentry for plasma flow research. Channel that fire towards Bakalakadakistan. Classic Half-Life Counter-Strike was so amazingly fun at LAN parties. Yeah. So, I mean, Tristle, the other thing about that, dudes, is that, yeah, you don't need to worry about it. I'll wade through all the nonsense on X to get you guys the space information. You have to wade through a lot of stuff. It's really funny, though, to see... It's funny because the algorithm on X, yeah, is trying to predict what I would like to see, and it gets it completely wrong. Like, there's so much politics nonsense in my feed. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Like, but that's the thing. I'm making it a thing to not get caught up in it. Just like the internet, have a thick skin. Oh, yeah, we got to talk about the booster static fire. I was saving that for last. Dude, same, it's really annoying. They're going for rage engagement. Bingo. Bingo! Yep. Look, and I'll just take the time to say it. I've mentioned it a couple of times throughout this year, but I'll take another time. Look, remember, if you do decide to go into the fire on social media, Insta, Facebook, Twitter, X, or whatever it's called, if you do decide to do that, just remember, these algorithms are designed to keep you engaged. And a good way to do that, it's not some crazy freaking, because everyone's like, oh, the media, it's a conspiracy. No. No. They write stupid articles on purpose because they know it'll get your attention. Remember that. So if you see something that's been suggested for you that pisses you off, it's on purpose. It's because that social media, Mark Zuckerberg wants you to keep clicking. He wants you to stay on his platform so you can give him more data so he can sell your information down the river. Just remember, that's what it's there for. That's what you're the product with social media. People don't understand that. You are the product. You are the reason they make money, not because you pay for a service, but you willingly give them data. Remember that. Data is a commodity. It's helpful to advertising companies to know that if you Google power tools, that you're interested in power tools. And, oh, maybe there's a new power tool sale at the power tool store, and we're going to suggest this data to you because somebody threw that information down the river. Somebody sold the fact that you like power tools. You ever notice, guys, you could, if you have an Alexa or something, You say, hey, go find this, and then all of a sudden you just get targeted advertising for it. That's what I mean. It's trying to keep you engaged. That's what it does. That's how they make money. That's how the news makes money. So just remember that. Keep that in mind. If you see something and you get completely pissed off by it, and it pushes all the right buttons, it's engagement. It's rage farming, dude. They do that on purpose. If you're not paying, you're the product. Bingo. Just remember that. Okay? Keep that in mind. I'm making it a thing to not get caught up in this. And Lord knows there's a lot of static going on, especially with politics. There's a lot. Doesn't mean we shouldn't be ignorant to what's going on either. Just, look, man, the algorithm's trying to push your buttons on purpose so you can stay pissed off. Don't do that. That's bad. Use your time more efficiently. So, like I said, I wade through all this crap so you don't have to. And there is a lot of crap. Rage sells. You being calm does nothing. You know what, Lithuania? I completely disagree. If I'm calm, cool, and collected and explain something with rockets without pissing somebody off, I think more people watch the stream because I think there's a demand for that nowadays because everything is like that. So, you guys want to see something nuts? Look. On the EJSA Twitter account, I do not follow one politician. Not one. Not even Bill Nelson. Check this algorithm out. Look. Politics. Politics. I have no idea. Politics. HQ move. Some space stuff there. Oh, Nathan always posts good content. That's cool. Look, there's some space content. There's not some space content. There's more space content, but it's mixed in. You got to wade through that. I don't know what the hell. I don't know who this person is. I have no idea. I'm not even following. Look, more politics. Oh, great. Good. There's a shark doing whatever. Here, more space stuff. See what I mean? I do not follow one politician or any political pundits at all on the EJ account. There's a really good reason for it, but yeah, there it is. I didn't ask for that. See what I mean? Yeah, James, for real. Yeah, exactly. You're getting the news they want you to see. Yeah, exactly. Just remember, they're gonna try to push your buttons. They're gonna try to piss you off. That's how they make money. Just remember that. Don't get swept up in it. But you don't be ignorant to what's going on either. You don't need to turn a blind eye to it. You can understand what's going on and not lose your freaking mind. I follow EJ on the EJ account. Hell yeah, dude. That's because you're in the For You category. Yeah. Is it? Okay. All right. Here's the other thing. The For You category is going to give you a bunch of random stuff that they think you like, right? Or it's just going to put a bunch of politics in your face. Like I said, you don't have to be ignorant to it. You just don't let it piss you off, right? But also, is it bad if I like to test myself by going into the For You category? It's like playing gun game in Counter-Strike or something. Or like, dropping somewhere in Tarkov, like it's a test. Like I try to go through and not get angry. And then I wade through to all the space content. The space content is the dopamine reward for making it through the gauntlet of political nonsense. Hard mode. It sounds like you, yeah. Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's why I do that. Dude, it's for real. It's only bad if you let yourself believe anything you see. Fortunately for me, Spartan, I got really good at wading through nonsense with articles because of what I know about space and stuff, right? I got really good at getting down to brass tacks, and you, dude. Yeah. There's a lot of people that want to get your attention out there. Let's just leave it at that. You scrolled far enough. Here's a golden AK, baby. All right. Yep. Yep. Good times. So yeah, I'll wade through the nonsense on social media to get you guys the space news that I think is relevant. Okay. Oh, crap. I'm looking in the trap, Ray. Oh, God. Oh, whoa, that guy nutted himself on a rail. Oh. There's a video from the FAFO Twitter account about a guy trying to 50-50 a rail on a skateboard and then promptly 50-50ing his nuts on the rail. Nice. That could have multiple meanings. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. That's why I explained context. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I like going through this. Oh, there is another one, dudes. There is another thing that's a little bit of space news. This actually popped up in the feed. NASA found a gigantic freaking crater in the Sea of Tranquility. Yeah. They found a 100-meter deep... Here, I'll show you. Check this out. They found a 100-meter across, 170-meter deep cave and a crater. It's left over from volcanic activity, guys. It's not aliens or anything. That would be kind of cool, though, but it's not. Yeah, check that out. So why is this a big deal? Well, this further, kind of corroborates that the moon had volcanic activity on it at one point, or at least was hot. I don't think it had anything like plate tectonics or anything, but also, moon caves, dude. Pretty cool. And this one is actually in Mare Tranquillitatis, the Apollo 11 landing site. Yep. How close? That's not the Sea of Tranquility. Who's that? Who is? No. That's not the Sea of Tranquility. Sea of Tranquility's over here. No, I'm serious. Look. That's Taurus Littrow. See? This is the Sea of Tranquility. That is Mare Tranquillitatis. But over here is Taurus Littrow. That's where Apollo 17 landed. Apollo 11 landed. If you look at the moon, you see this kind of hook right there. That's where Neil and Buzz landed, right on the lunar equatorial plane. Look at the look. You've got to be me. BBC, why? What the frick, dude? See, I wade through the nonsense so you don't have to. Dude. That's Taurus Littrow. That's the Apollo 17. Bro, I'm pissed. Oh God, it worked, but it didn't work. But don't get caught up in it. Okay, I'm good. Seriously though, that's the wrong BBC article. What the actual frick are you guys doing? Write a stern letter. I'm gonna write. See, frick them. Their country didn't land on the moon. Go away. Here, that one's better. Ah, this is from the Smithsonian. Perfect. And that's something we can actually show. Look at that, man. That's crazy. Dude, that would be like a prime spot for a moon base. Not gonna lie to you. Prime spot, because you're underneath the regolith. The regolith is a great barrier against radiation. The lunar dust. Yeah. The lunar soil. Soil. It's not soil. It's just rocks. Wow. What a hole. Oh, yeah. Work all the kinks out. Solid as a rock. Like a rock, huh, Morv? Can we just put a lunar lander in that hole? I mean, why not? I would not fire a rocket engine in a closed environment on Earth, T-Man. Why do you think doing it on the moon would be a good idea? Dude. Yeah, just pop a dome on that sucker. Yeah, exactly, Kerbal. Hell yeah. Now we're talking, dude. Now we're talking. Dude, let's go. Great spot for a moon base. Yeah, see? Here we go. Researchers have debated on whether the moon has caves for the last 50 years. Such caves are thought to be lava tubes formed by volcanic processes billions of years ago. And some pits on the surface could be skylight-like entrances to the lava tube system below. Oh, God, please, let's go play Minecraft on the moon, please, please, please. That would be so freaking cool. Who knows, guys? Some of those caves might be in perpetual darkness. It could be water ice down there. Just saying. Could be water ice. It's possible. Think about it. Anything that's in perpetual darkness here, anywhere on the moon that's in perpetual darkness, in a crater at the North and South Pole, tube system like that, could be condensation in there, and that there could be ice that's been ice for billions of freaking years. There also could be moon creepers, and you wouldn't hear them coming because there's no sound either. Okay, let's not do that anymore, unless you guys bring the torches, okay? You guys go into the cave first. I'll stay back and cover you. Yeah, just toss a comet in there. That'll get you water. Don't forget about the moon spiders. Torches on the moon. Wouldn't they go out that... My head hurts all of a sudden. But that water would have 0 pp. What? Do we want water with pp? It's PP free water. Why is this a stakeholder expectation for finding water in these lava tubes, James? It's a good thing. Stakeholders demand PP. How did they find the cave? The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, doctors. I tried to combine your name with the Lunar Reconnaissance. The Lunar Reconnaissance Doctors. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, the LRO. It's a mission that's been up there since 2009. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is... Basically, I'm not about to say it's a spy satellite that's just looking at the moon. It's definitely not. You don't need a spy satellite to look at the moon because there's no atmosphere. But that's the idea. It's a reconnaissance satellite for the moon. It's right in the name. You down with no PP? Yeah, you know me. We need a new lunar reconnaissance orbiter and more moon relay sats. Well, there would have been more lunar reconnaissance orbiters supporting missions and funding for it, Hell Hydra, if some bonehead didn't cancel the freaking Constellation program. I'm still pissed about that. I'm still pissed. 13 years later. You want to get caught up in something? Get caught up in that. That's important. We'd have a moon base by now. Have you read Tintin on the moon? He found a cave with ice. Yeah. Yeah, he did, didn't he? Wasn't Ares 1 too dangerous, though? Name me another rocket that's in development that's not safe for people to fly on yet. Seriously. BV, no. Ares 1 was fine. Ares 1 would have been fine. It would have been perfect. It has 30 years of segmented solid rocket booster heritage behind it, and then heritage from the Apollo program upper stages, something that worked pretty damn well. Ares 1 was a fine design. The only reason why it had perceived problems is because it was canceled before those problems could have been solved. Imagine if Falcon 9 if they froze the design after Amos 6, Falcon 9 would never be as reusable as it is now. Because Falcon 9 was still in development in 2016 when Amos 6 poofed on the pad, right? The vehicle was still in development. So there were two big things with Ares 1, that there were two big line items when the project was canceled, and this was based off of flight data from the Ares 1X mission. First one was vibrations from a 5-segment SRB. 5-segment SRBs by themselves are, a lot of vibrations. Now, to be fair, two 5-segment SRBs like what you'd see on SLS is going to be a very shaky ride, just like it was for the shuttle. But because the SRBs are attached via a gigantic strut in the shuttle and SLS's design, there's a huge crossbar that goes from both of the forward attachment points on the SRBs. It's one of the strongest parts of the entire SLS lifter. At SpaceFest 2019, I had a shuttle program external tank engineer, and I didn't get any of this on stream, and I regret this to this day. I had a shuttle external tank engineer to tell me the reason why, Ares 1 had such bad vibration problems. Because I said, Ares 1 is a good design. And he said, yeah, they needed to fix the vibration. And I asked, well, the shuttle has 2 SRBs, and so does SLS. Why don't those vibrate? You have the 2 SRBs, and then you have that gigantic attachment strut, right? So it inadvertently makes a gigantic tuning fork. And the SRB vibrations cancel each other out. That's one of the big problems that Ares 1 needed to solve. NASA was basically, their solution to that was put shock absorbers in the inner stage, which, all right. Telling me NASA can't engineer a shock absorber? Of course they can. Yeah, super, super cool. I wish I had gotten that on tape, but I didn't because the stream, we were in between stuff. Like, I was launching the shuttle in KSP, and a guy that worked on that engineered the external tank just walked over and started talking to me, and I'm like, hey. He's like, oh, see that orange? Well, it was Collins, so the tank was, actually, that was Collins Block 4, so I would have had the orange tank made out of wrapped around tanks like what we did. He goes, yeah, see that orange tank? I worked on that. I engineered that. I'm like, really? So, yeah. If they find water on the moon, it's going to be NR1 to go to and shelter from radiation. Ragger, I think you're saying if they find water on the moon, the caves would be good shelter? Yeah, I agree. Was that at Intrepid? No, that was Space Fest 2019. That was in Tucson, Arizona. That's when I met Charlie Duke, and I played Kerbal Space Program with him. I launched my Saturn V model in KSP, and he said it was pretty dang accurate, except my insertion orbit was off because I flew it by hand with an Apollo astronaut that went to the moon watching me, and I was a little nervous. Yeah. Tucson, yeah. Yeah, I was nervous as hell. That whole interview talking with dude, I met so many people that during that Space Fest 2019, I met Charlie Duke, I met Walt Cunningham, I met Jerry Griffin, Charles Dietrich, Jerry Bostich. Those last three guys are the guys that were on console during Apollo 13. Yeah. Like notoriously well-known NASA flight controllers. Yeah, like right up there with Gene Kranz and Chris Kraft. They weren't there that time. I met Walt Cunningham. I met Fred Hayes. I met Gennady Padelka and talked to him about Soyuz. He couldn't, I was speaking too fast because I was too nervous. He's like, slow down, my English sucks. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but I'm super nervous and I can't stop talking fast. And he's like, get away from me. I'm like, okay, bye. I talked to another astronaut, George Nelson. George Nelson was one of the only astronauts to use the manned maneuvering unit pre-Challenger to go and wrestle a satellite. Yeah. Yeah, he used the NASA jetpack to go and grab a satellite and bring it back to the shuttle. True story. That is actually how that worked. Yeah, there's footage of him floating floating out there on the internet of him floating around a satellite and trying to actually grab it and pull it to the shuttle payload bay with his jetpack. It's freaking badass. I think 51A Nova, I forget. All the pre-Challenger missions from STS-9 to STS-51L, just, they're hard to keep track of in my head because they're all very similar names. Yeah, that Space Fest was nuts, dude. And that is also, that weekend we also visited Pima, and I hugged a LR-87 rocket engine. I saw it in Pima's junkyard. The Pima Air and Space Museum, they have a back lot with exhibits that aren't ready to be shown. And there was a Titan rocket motor, and I hugged it because it's a rocket engine. You're not going to hug a rocket engine if you have the opportunity to. That's what you do when you see a rocket. Yeah, of course, right? What is the best space sci-fi movie? For hard sci-fi, Fifth Element definitely takes the cake. That is one of the best sci-fi movies ever made. That's off the top of my head. If we wanted to sit here and wax poetic about it, I'm sure there's something that's close, but Fifth Element is the most prevalent sci-fi in my mind. But there's great sci-fi all over the place. You just got to go find it. Space Camp. I mean, Star Trek is pretty damn good, but that's not necessarily a movie, but there were Star Trek movies. Personally, my favorite Star Trek, I like Generations. That's a great flick. Spaceballs. Oh, shoot. There goes the planet. Interstellar's pretty good. Last time you were at Udvar Hazy, there was a Minuteman 3 sitting behind Discovery in 2 pieces. I think so. Anyone else want to negotiate? Where did he learn to negotiate like that? Oh. Dune and Dune Part 2 are both equal with the Fifth Element. Dude. Dune is... Dune's awesome, all right? Dune's great. They're cool movies. Dune Part 2, they're fantastic. The visuals are probably the most faithful to the book out of all the Dune movies by a long shot, right? Pokey gifted us up to Chuck. Galaxy Quest. Never give up, never surrender. But, dude, here's my thing. And this isn't any spoilers on Dune 2, but I had this epiphany, and you probably heard me say this before. I had this epiphany when we were, when Bree and I were watching Dune 2 in the theater, that all Dune is just some guy tripping balls and looking at the stars and then writing a book about it. Like, I just can't get it out of the back of my head now, and it ruined Dune for me. And I'm sorry. It's a great movie. Like, I'm just watching it, and I'm like, I'm keeping track of what's going on. Like, Paul Atreides, like, I got it. I got the story. I know it. I see it. It's a great story. But I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, ornithopters? Like, the guy that, you know, that Stellan Skarsgård plays that just kind of, like, melts around in the water. I'm like, dude, this is some guy doing mushrooms and writing sci-fi. I'm like, this is dude, this could be the author's experience of trying to go buy popcorn at the freaking convenience store. Right? Like, and nothing against shrooms or anything, like, the spice must flow, man. Like, I can imagine, like, what's the guy's name? Frank Herbert, I think. Except Frank Herbert wasn't tripping balls. Look at the guy that's wrong. Go read about it, dude. He was experimenting with psychedelics when he wrote Dune. Dude, for all we know, Frank Herbert took some acid and then went down to local pizzeria, ordered a pizza, and I saw a dragonfly fly by, and went, "It's people, man. Spice must flow." Dude, this is just Frank Herbert's acid trip from going and buying a pizza. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, Dune's still awesome. It's great. It's awesome sci-fi. Like, so good. Ruined it for me completely. Completely ruined it for me. My man was mainlining it for sure, dude. Like, but we were like halfway through Dune 2, and don't get me wrong, it's still a great flick, but that popped in my mind. I'm like, dude, the guy that wrote this must be, I mean, because this is just like the book. Because I've read the books. I read them a long time ago, though. I don't really remember the books, to be honest. I read them a long time. It's good sci-fi, you know, like, discarded that freaking knowledge for space knowledge, for actual space knowledge, but I was like halfway through, and I'm like, dude, this is just Frank Herbert tripping balls. For all I know, this is his experience, like changing a tire on the side of the road. And then I went and Googled it on the way home, and it turns out, yeah, he was experimenting with psychedelics when he wrote Dune. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, the people in Dune are also tripping. Yeah, I'm just like, this could only be thought up by somebody doing shrooms, man. And like the whole rest of the movie, I'm just like, okay. Aldous Huxley's novels are like that too. Yeah, of course. Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. The original Starship Troopers book by Robert Heinlein is awesome. Like, it's ridiculous in a good, like, not endorsing it. It's like super, super authoritarian fascism, but also it's a pretty good book. Pretty damn good sci-fi. Do you like Tolkien? I've never read a Lord of the Rings book. Sorry. It's just not, it doesn't do it for me. They're great stories. I've seen the movies. Great stories. I respect the hell out of Tolkien. It's just not my cup of tea. Don't kill me, please. Yeah, Cass, for sure. It seems like they all kind of did to come up with sci-fi, to be honest with you. I mean, Gene Roddenberry, too, if math serves me left, so whatever. If only you knew about the Hobbit space program. Height Merit, that is a very, very mean way of talking about Rocket Lab. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I think you sell short the power of human imagination. No, I don't sell short the power of human imagination. They do. No comment. What's up, man? How are you? Now you have to call them that every time they come up? I am not calling them Hobbit Space Program. We're not doing that. Nope. Absolutely not. Dune overall is a story about how we should not put faith in... No, I know. I know the story. I get the story. It's a great story. It's just... to see it visualized, it's just like... yeah. Okay, this guy was tripping. Yeah, do not put faith in a single leader, no matter how well-intentioned. It's a story of absolute power corrupting Paul, absolutely. Yeah. He was actually annoyed at people idolizing Paul, they missed the point. Yeah, I know. That's funny. But maybe you... to explain it, you shouldn't trip balls and then write that story. Maybe it would have been clearer if you didn't, do that. Hobbit should invade the moon on that cave. Makes sense to me. The new guy puts on his suit. Makes a charismatic leader. People believe he's good. Ain't no way. Yeah. It's like the ultimate backfire because you were tripping balls when you wrote it. Oh, boy. In my honest opinion, it's very clear, but that's me. And, yeah. Goalie, what are you? Oh. Oh, you're doing something. That's pretty neat. This is how we play in big stuff. I had to blur out a few things. Cool, cool. I thought it was about the importance of groundworms for healthy soil.
Oh, this is space. I'm in
Are
space.
the sandworms in Dune just evolved graboids? Does Tremors and Dune exist in the same timeline? Poison gifted us up to bright shiny objects. Tremors came out 20 years later. That's okay. Alaskan bullworms. Yeah. Any more space news you guys want to talk about? Oh, you know what? I got one you guys might be interested in seeing from yesterday. And then there's also that propulsion thing. Here. Why don't we just take Bikini Bottom and put it somewhere else? So, Booster 12, static fire, baby. This was yesterday. Headphone users. 15 seconds. 10 seconds remaining. Sudden death. So, this is a static fire test for Booster 12. Booster 12 is a super heavy first stage booster for Starship. This is in preparation for Flight 5. This was an 8-second static fire, which is... Actually, that wasn't too incredibly loud, but I don't know how loud it's going to be, so it's better to give a warning. The amount of thrust that this thing puts out is twice the amount of thrust of a Saturn V. We're pushing 15 million pounds of thrust, meaning this thing pushes up with the same amount of force that a 15 million pound block of concrete would down on the, like, pushing on the ground. So, okay, if you had a 15 million pound block of concrete and you had a car underneath it and you dropped it, there would be no car left. They'd be picking the car up with a sponge. Yeah, that's a lot of force right there. And this, yeah, it's important to note that this one is intended to be the first one that they're going to catch with the catch arms. Now, some cool stuff that you can see. The sound is so ridiculously loud, you can actually see it. Hey, Kung Pao Jeff. Nice. The sound and the pressure waves being put out from this thing are so ridiculous that it's actually permeating through condensed gaseous oxygen that's around the pad, and you could see it kind of rippling like water. Look at that. That's the sound being visualized through the condensation, which is absolutely insane. That, you don't see that. You don't see that to this extent with other rockets. This thing, this is a really nice way of saying that this thing is extremely freaking loud. We're talking nuclear explosion loud, and it puts out about similar amounts of energy. You do see, like, to be fair, you do see this with other rockets, but it's not like this where you could see a pronounced sound wave pushing out in all directions. Other than Starship, what other payloads will the booster be launching? I don't think it's going to launch anything but Starship, Beefy Prussian. I think Starship will have a payload bay like the shuttle and will launch whatever. Yeah, there's the purge down. Here, there's more footage. Let's go. stop looking at it. Chat, I can't stop looking at it. Help. What?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Rathlag, I can't stop looking at it, man. Dude, look at the staircase. That's what gets me. Look at the staircase. That's just a regular staircase. Just, Bria's calling me again. Can I help you? What? Yeah, I have. Yeah, yeah, you didn't change any settings on the AC. It's just hot in here. Thank you for thinking about it. Love you. Good. See you. Bye. No problem. I just want to read that Tintin on the moon again. There you go. Could this thing go almost to low Earth orbit and disposable if they put a giant fairing, no starship? Maybe. Maybe. Dude, this drone is probably like 1,000 feet above the booster, and the sound is so violent, it's vibrating the drone in the air. Look. That's the amount of sound, like an incomprehensible loudness that we just don't get. Your mind can't understand how loud this damn thing is. Like, look, you could see the drone's shaking around from the pressure waves from the sound that, and that's with stabilization. Yeah, it did a pretty good job, to be honest. So there's your 1, 2, 3, 4. There's your 4 grid fin actuators. These are ullage tank vents right there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then the autogenous pressurization lines are going up here. I think one of these is the AP lines, or they have both, 2 on either side. I forget. They changed the damn thing so much. I don't really remember. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's beyond incomprehensible and well into inexperienceable. Yeah, I mean, you could experience it once. And just SpaceX had just some of these freaking pictures just looks like you're staring into the 7th level of hell. I'm freaking real, dude. Just. I've lost all ability for rational thought. Fire. To destroy all you've done. I am the fire. Yep. I think Rook put it pretty... Rook put it pretty... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to describe that. The hoses remind you of early Saturn. Totally see it. I know exactly what you're talking about. That looks exactly like an S1 or an S4B umbilical. Just pure coincidence, but yeah, totally see it, dude. Link? Oh, yeah, sure. Here, I'll link it up in chat. Is it coincidence, though? Yeah. Totally different propellant system. Totally different propulsion. It's just a passing resemblance, dude. Actually, those look like electrical lines. Or a pneumatic line. Those aren't prop lines. The prop lines are these things right here. The ones that have a heavy amount of insulation on them. Pull up what he's talking about? I mean, I'm not gonna bat an eye. Ooh, you stay tuned. I mean,
we have been given the scientific knowledge,
the technical ability, and the
materials
materials
to pursue the exploration of the universe.
To
ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability.
Well said.
10, 9, ignition sequence start. 6,
See?
5, 4, 3, 2.
This gets loud. This gets loud. It gets loud. Just saying. It gets loud. It's just put your headphones on or off or turn it down or up. I don't know. Do what you want. I'm playing it.
1, 0, all engine running.
Starship has double the thrust of that, by the way. Yeah. Super heavy. It would be like having 10 engines. 10 of those. Yeah. Yep. That's the reason why I don't mind showing the Saturn V launching in pause. That's what I mean when I said I've watched it already today. Because today is the 55th anniversary of the launch of Apollo 11. Oh, link, please? Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. It's 55 years. What an absolute unit of a launch vehicle. That's, dude, what a, dude, it's insane. It's just ridiculous. Just 55 years. Yep. There you go, Jeff. Thanks for the bits, buddy. Why does it still feel like it's 2019? My internal clock has been screwed since COVID. Pokey. I forget how old I am. Yeah, there. If my birthday wasn't 2 weeks ago, I would not have. Somebody asked me how old I am. I don't know. Like, I'm serious. I'm not trying to say that to get attention. I have to think about it. I used to be like, oh yeah, I'm 23, 24, 25. Like, after COVID, I'm just like, 36. What fuel did they use? The S1C first stage is using kerosene and liquid oxygen. Second stage is called the S2. The S2 is using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. And the third stage is called the S4B. The S4B is using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Yeah, W, there you go. Yep. I am older. Why does it look like black fuel coming out of the engines? Oh, Joker, great question. I thought somebody would ask. So that's called film cooling. So, okay, let's see if we can get a shot that peaks at the motors here. I'm going to turn the sound down. All right, so check it out. Those are the F1 engines. It's kind of hard to discern them because they're quite actually wrapped in asbestos. That's why they look like they're wrapped in tinfoil. That's asbestos. A big problem that you have is heat convection on the external surfaces on a rocket engine when you cluster rocket engines together. They gave up so much freaking heat. These engines, the F1 engines gave off so much freaking heat that they actually had to insulate the outside of them, and the only thing that worked was wrapping them in asbestos. True story. Now, that does not necessarily explain the film cooling. It just makes it a little harder to figure this stuff out, to like show different parts of the plumbing. Now, see right here, that is the turbo pumps for the engine. This is a closed cycle Carolox engine. It's kind of similar to a Merlin vacuum engine, but obviously this is a first stage engine and it makes way more thrust than a Merlin vacuum. Merlin vacuum makes about 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. This thing makes 7,000 kilonewtons of thrust. One engine. Yeah. One F1 motor almost has as much thrust as 9 Merlin 1D engines. One of these engines could almost push a Falcon 9 up in the air. Fun fact. Anyway, so you have your turbo pumps, right? You have your turbo pump right here. This is the power pack on the side of the engine. Now, we talked about them trying to solve heating problems on the outside of the motor. They will melt the motors from the outside. The fun fact of that is that they got the motor to cool. They got to cool the inside of the nozzle just fine. So, how did they do that? Well, they got the outside of the nozzle able to cool perfectly, and their solution to keep the engines from melting each other from the outside, once again, was wrapping in asbestos. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. It's the heat. It's getting to me again. So let me explain. How did they keep this damn thing so freaking cool? Well, okay, if you look at the F1 motor right here, and this, I'm getting to the black soot. It's a cooling problem, okay? It's called film cooling. If you look at the F1 motor right here, the F1 motor has a nozzle extension. Now, what do you see regarding this nozzle extension versus this part of the nozzle, right? You have, with an F1 motor, you have your combustion chamber, you have a throat, and then you have the nozzle piece. Now, what do you see? There's a little bit of a texture difference here. Why? Why is that? What you're seeing right there are cooling channels. The F1 motor used kerosene and liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen, really freaking cold. Kerosene, not so much. But that doesn't mean that kerosene couldn't be used for some cooling in the motor's design. Now, the liquid oxygen went through these channels right here. Those are actually a bunch of pipes. They're little tiny pipes, right, that they stacked together on a jig and stacked them like a Native American teepee almost, and then put bands around them. Yeah. That's how they made F1 engines, and that's how they made a lot of different engines. RL10s are still made that way, for what it's worth. Yeah, these are a bunch of pipes that they stacked kind of around a jig, and then they banded them together. And that's what made the cooling channels. Think almost like a barrel, like a wild barrel from the Wild West. It's just a bunch of pieces of wood with some iron bands around it. That, exactly like that, but with pipes instead of boards. Same idea. So the liquid oxygen goes through that. There's actually a line that goes, Some of these channels are used for pumping the liquid oxygen down, and then they circulate and go right back up, and then they find their way back into the combustion chamber. That's called regenerative cooling. Okay? That doesn't necessarily explain the soot, but that explains how they cooled the nozzle, the upper parts of the nozzle. Now, the F1 engine has a gas generator right here. Actually, your gas generator is right there if you really want to be technical. This is a radial gas generator in rocket science. Okay? What does that mean? See that little ball? That ball makes explosions. It's a combustion chamber. It's a little mini combustion chamber. And you have your injector, your fuel and oxidizer injector in there. It makes a nice explosion. There's a spark plug in there, and they spray fuel and oxidizer in there. The reason why it's spherical shaped is because the explosion happens, and then it forces itself into a radial compressor, or radial turbine right here. Yeah, it shoots through there, and it spins a pinwheel. That pinwheel, that turbine, like, think about like if you have a pinwheel, you blow on it, it spins. This is an explosion shooting onto a pinwheel, right? Or a turbine. That turbine is connected on an axle to two fluid impellers, here and here. One of them moves liquid oxygen, the other one moves RP1. In fact, you can tell which one is which because one would be bigger than the other. The oxidizer line is bigger than the RP1 line. So you have oxygen on top, RP1 on the bottom, right? And from there, some of it goes through the cooling channels. Most of it goes into the injector plate right here. Right there, there's your valves. LOX valve right there, RP1 valve. Right there and there. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Everybody following? Yeah, it's easy. Now, here's the black soot part. So, this explosion that happens in here is extremely fuel rich. It's extremely fuel rich. They spray way more fuel in there than they do oxidizer. The reason why is because that turbine has no intake air or anything to keep it cool. You have to be able to keep it cool somehow. You're spraying basically a jet engine exhaust at that thing, right? Got to find a way for the turbine blade to stay cool. So they run a lot of fuel in here. They run a lot of extra kerosene. And you have an explosion, and all that heat from that explosion gets absorbed by the fuel that didn't get burned. And that fuel cools those turbine blades on your gas generator turbine. And then all that gets shot down here into this. I called this regenerative cooling up here because you're using some of the lack of energy in your propellants, because they're cold, lack of heat in your propellants to cool this part of the nozzle. The nozzle extension piece down here, note that it doesn't have those cooling channels. So they had to find a different way to do it. They had to find a different way to cool the nozzle extension. Getting the F1 engine to stay cool was one of the hardest problems to solve. And this is an extremely hard problem to solve when you have clusters of engines. SpaceX has 33 of those in the first stage in very close proximity to each other, by the way. That is an insanely difficult problem to solve by itself, and they're making it look easy, just on a quick side note. So, Joker, what happens is that extremely fuel-rich mixture cools down that turbine. It keeps it from melting, so you can keep driving propellants into your injector plate. All that goes down here, and it gets put into this recirculation manifold. That recirculation manifold basically swirls the propellant. It swirls not the propellant. It swirls this heated up combustion byproduct from your generator. It swirls it, and then it goes down the nozzle, down the inside of the nozzle. Okay? Now, what happens when that happens? Well, this. Right there. The gas generator's exhaust is cold. It's really cold. Now, is it LOX cold? No, absolutely not. It's not LOX cold. It just came from an explosion. Is it colder than the temperatures that you'd experience inside of that rocket engine? Absolutely, yes. We're like maybe at, like 500 degree difference here in temperature. So the gas, the colder gas from that gas generator provides what's called a thermal medium between the between the outer skin of the nozzle and the extremely hot combustion byproducts from the main combustion chamber, from the gases shooting out. It provides a sheet or a film of this well, in this case it's unburnt kerosene, unburnt RP1 around the nozzle extension to make it so the nozzle extension doesn't conduct too much heat and melt. Yep. And then NASA engineers were so pumped that they solved all that problems, they put 5 of these together and they started melting each other from the inside out, which is why they wrapped them in asbestos. The more you know. Bing, bong, boom. It's not necessarily evaporated fuel. It's fuel that was delivered into the gas generator on purpose. They run fuel rich so this thing doesn't melt itself, and that fuel still can absorb a little bit more heat before it starts to burn, right? But down here, your temperature is only dropping as you get further and further out of the nozzle. So they use that unburnt fuel mixture to keeps the gas generator cool, to cool the nozzle extension with a film of gas. That's why it's called film cooling. It's called film cooling versus regenerative cooling. Just ways to keep this thing from melting itself because it gives off a ton of heat. Got it, thank you. Yeah, good stuff, right? Still so hot they wrapped them in asbestos. Bingo. It's a relative cold. Yep. Do you know offhand of a video of an engine melting down because of the heat, because of not being protected properly? I'm just curious. Not off the top of my head. Wait, no. That is pretty cool, relatively. How many kilograms a second of fuel was used for cooling down one of those? I don't know. It's a lot. The gas generator from an F1 engine makes 60,000 shaft horsepower. 60,000 shaft horsepower. Yeah. So basically this thing is generating horsepower because it's spinning a mechanical shaft that's designed to move fluid impellers. If you just put that on a dynamometer, it makes 60,000 horse. 60,000. That's ridiculous. The F1 gas generator is still one of the most powerful turbines ever devised. Dude, it's still to this day. Didn't the N1 have heating problems or was it plumbing problems? The N1 had heating problems, yes. Well, no, not. It was more FOD ingestion, dude. Yeah. 60 Bugatti Veyrons. That one little freaking thing, dude. That one little sucker. I mean, it's not little. The thing is huge. It's probably, I wouldn't say it's a meter in diameter, but it's close. That thing produces 60,000 shaft horsepower. It's absurd. That's an incomprehensible number. That's a strut that holds the power pack to the main combustion chamber. And then right here is a thrust vector control actuator that's also strutted, quite literally. It would be a hydraulic. It would be a hydraulic actuator here. That's so they can steer the motor. The entire motor is mounted on a universal joint or a gimbal. And yeah, they can steer the damn thing. Marshall did some hot fire tests of a gas generator back in 2013. All numbers related to space are unimaginable. Yeah, Joker, that's why I think it's so cool. That's why I love spaceflight, and that's why I love telling you guys about it. This is so ridiculously out of the ordinary. Like, I watered the plants today. That's cool. Watered the plants. That's, or, you know, but in the same day, I'm sitting here talking to you about a gas generator that makes 60,000 horsepower. It's so ridiculously out of the ordinary. I can't help but find it's just so damn interesting. Like, just look at that. How are you going to get 5 of those things to work that close to each other? It's impressive, dude. Also, I'd like to add that the center engine on the Saturn V had no thrust vector control. If you look, the center engine has just a gigantic strut where the hydraulic actuators should be. That's right. Only the outer 4 engines on the Saturn V gimbal Yeah, that one doesn't do anything. It's just halfway through development of the S1C, they were like, oh crap, this rocket's going to be too heavy. We need another engine. And they just said, all right, put another one on there then. I'm serious. Yeah. They changed the S1C around after preliminary design review, which is, or what would become what's called a PDR. They were like, huh, it's going to be too heavy. We might need more thrust. Okay, put another rocket engine on it. We can do that? Yeah, of course we can do that. Duh. Just one more engine, bro, please. Yeah. Joe, if you notice, even that extra engine was just barely enough. The Saturn V was a little bit of a lug coming off the pad if you go and watch the footage. About 1.1 thrust to weight, which is slow for a rocket. A little bit of perspective here. Starship is 1.5. The Space Shuttle is 1.4 thrust to weight ratio off the pad, meaning it's pushing up with almost 1.5 times the amount of force that gravity is pushing down with. Yeah, the shuttle got out of the hole quick. Starship gets out of the hole extremely fast. Ariane 6 probably launched, I'd say like 1.3, 1.4 thrust to weight. Saturn V was 1.1 because it just barely is enough to work. Yeah, it took a second to get going, dude, but once it got going, dude. Oh. I wonder if we ever got to Nova how much thrust we could get to. Probably approaching Starship numbers, T-Man. Thanks for the Saturn V launch link. So awesome. I was 12 years old. My bro and I went on a short nature road trip on July 20th, 1969. I'll never forget. I'll say it once, I'll say it again, Willie. We need to get back to doing this stuff. We need to get back to doing stuff that brings us together. This is something everybody can get behind. It's so cool, and it's us at our best, dude. That's the other reason why I like the space program so much. It's us at our freaking best. It makes me so ridiculously proud. Like, all right, if you're from overseas, just ignore this part, okay? You don't know how proud it makes me to see those 3 letters going up. That's my favorite part of this launch footage. It makes me so ridiculously proud. Like, damn, that's cool. You know, not to say that I don't get hyped up when other countries launch. You guys know good and well that I do. It's just, that's what we can do. That's what we should be doing. We should have never stopped. I have an overwhelming sense of pride in my country that, you know, we can do stuff like this. We can do it. Just got to pull our head out of our ass. It's true. It makes me very proud. Oh, it's so... Look what we can do. Damn, that's cool. Oh, fuck, keep doing that. It's inspirational in a way that few other things are. Yep. Yep. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, aerospace for sure, man, for sure. I've always said, dude, SpaceX is carrying that torch. I wish that NASA was, but I mean, I still contend to say that we could fix it. We just need somebody, you need somebody that's not going to be divisive. Anyway, but SpaceX is carrying that torch. This right here is what we should have been doing over the last 50 years. We should have been doing stuff like this. Stuff like that. promised. And that's why, dude, you know, I try to be impartial and I try to look at every single launch company with an unbiased point of view, but I am not going to lie to you. I am a disgustingly big SpaceX fanboy. Like, it's bad. Look at that, man. Look at that. It's nuts. It's nuts. Starship has launched 4 times in the past year. Starship during its test flights is flying on the frequency of the height of the Apollo program. The height of the Apollo program, 68, 69, and 70. 4 Saturn V flights a year. Now, albeit each one of these flights was to the frickin' moon. But the fact that we have a rocket that's this powerful, with this type of payload capacity, this type of capability, also also a stakeholder expectation is full reuse for higher frequency of flights. Starship is already at the flight frequency of the height of the Apollo program. You know, like, it's funny to see SpaceX fanboys, you know, try to articulate some well thought out opinion about other aerospace companies. But that right there should be all you need to know. Like, I don't blame these people for vehemently defending what SpaceX is doing. I get it. I agree.
Go at throttle up.
Friend of Monkeys, 24-month resub. Yeah, right, Martin? It's unbelievable. 4.3333 of those produces the same shaft horsepower as a Nimitz-class carrier. James, it's absurd. Like, rockets are absurd. And that thing, we just saw that Saturn V launch. That thing has double. That thing has double the thrust of the Saturn V in its baseline minimum viable configuration, which is, it's astounding. That I don't, my brain does not compute when I see this happening. I go full tilt. I'm like, ooh, pretty colors. Oh, look at that. It's cool. Vibrations and stuff. What is that test stand made out of? That's not the test stand. That's the pad, weather guy. Yeah, I hope so, Cats. It's steel and concrete. Weather guy. Thick steel posts. It's concrete columns encased in steel to prevent abrasiveness. Rocket engines are like sandblasting something. In terms of how they solve the heat problem, you have a type of concrete called fondag. Fondag. I forget. Fondag is a very heat resistant aggregate mix of concrete and just water, lots of water. Yeah, the water is doing most of the heavy lifting when it comes to absorbing the heat. So, you want to see something crazy? All right, so you see there's basically a waterfall shooting out in all different directions, because what you have over here is water tanks with nitrogen behind them. They shoot the compressed nitrogen into the water tank, and it basically compresses the water, and it forces the water through these pipes. There's air bleed lines right there, and then it shoots the water into basically a shower head that's pointing up at the rocket engines. It's called a pad deluge system. And watch the water here. So the engines will initially fire, right? And when the engines get fully burning up to temperature, it basically is evaporating the water from underneath the pad as it instantly goes in through that shower head. Watch. See, right? You could actually see the point where the engines get up to like not peak heating, that's not the right way to say it, but let's just say full thrust. See right there, some of this water is starting to absorb the heat. But watch, right there. You go from 100% humidity to 0 instantly. Like, look at the frame difference from here to there. Crazy, right? So what does this mean? So the reason why this is happening is because the steam, just like any other form of matter, can only absorb so much heat before it starts to phase change. Right? Or water can absorb so much heat before it starts to phase change into steam or just into straight gas, right? What's happening here is you're getting total heat saturation of the water that's coming out of that shower head down there. Yep. Look at it. Look at it burn off all the vapor. There's so much heat being put out there. It's just, like, dude, this thing could evaporate the water coming down off Niagara Falls easily. Here's a question. How does the thrust not push the water back through the pipes? It's messing with my mind how they designed them. Right? Do you want the long answer or the short answer? The short answer is, incompressible fluids. No, okay, this is a very basic physics problem. Now, just because it's easy to understand does not necessarily mean that it's easy to do. Take SpaceX's word for it. Long story short, the pressure from the nitrogen that's pushing that water through the pipes is greater than the pressure encountered underneath the pad. That's all. It's that simple. Yeah, that's all. So once again, they're using a gas purge sound suppressor. So you have nitrogen tanks here, and then you have water tanks. A gas purge sound suppressor, or a gas purge pad deluge, is a slightly different way of getting an insane amount of water to the pad quicker. The simplest way to make a pad deluge system is utilizing Archimedes' principle, which is why you see some pads with a water tower. They slowly pump tons of water into that water tower, right? When the rocket engines ignite, all they do is just open up the valve at the water tower, and Archimedes' principle does its thing. The nozzles for the sound suppression on like a pad like 39A, they are lower than the vent on the top of the water tower. Gravity pushes down, water wants to equalize, and it just ends up shooting a bunch of water all over the pad. It's a gravity sound suppressor. This does the exact same thing to create that head pressure, but it does it with compressed nitrogen. So long story short, you have to put enough nitrogen behind this thing to have the pressure in the lines exceed, well, not the pressure in the lines, the back pressure in the lines exceed the pressure coming out, the pressure is encountered from 33 Raptors compressing air underneath the pad. That number, I assure you, is not small. To derive that number, you'd have to... How would you do that? You would need to get the exit velocity and the mass flow rate from 33 Raptors, and honestly, that's what I would use. I would use the exit velocity of a Raptor engine, obviously times it by 33, and the mass flow rate of a Raptor engine at full throttle times that by 33, and probably do some type of formula to figure out the force encountered from that pushing on a flat plate. A flat plate with a surface area underneath the pad. If you could find the coefficient of drag of that flat plate with the numbers given, you could probably, I'm pretty sure you could derive pressure from that. I think. My math might be a little bit off. It's been a while. Yeah. You could derive a pressure from that with the exit velocity and flow rate from the engines. And I would just be using that, because what you encounter at the bottom of the pad most likely will be less than what's encountered in the combustion chamber of a Raptor engine. But just for some reference here, the combustion chamber pressure of a Raptor engine exceeds 300 bar. That's like 1500 psi or something. No. I'm guessing. Hold on. So we need 300 times 14.7. Yeah, 4,400 psi. So If it was me, that's what I would use. I would use a nitrogen sound or a gas if I was going to use a gas purge sound suppressor, because frankly, gravity probably is not enough to overcome, not enough to create 4,400 psi of head pressure in those pipes. That's probably why they use nitrogen, because you can't use a gravity fed system with this. It's too much. I would probably use 4,400 psi in those lines as my datum. Because if you think about it, the pressure in that Raptor engine is not going to be what the pressure is at the like 30 feet underneath it, right? It's going to be less because the atmosphere is going to try to diffuse that gas. I think. Actually, it might be more. Let's just say above 4,400 psi for that sound suppression system. Yeah, basically yeah. I mean, it makes sense because if you look, there's nitrogen subcoolers over here. See these things? That thing is designed to keep the nitrogen cold, because if you take gas and you compress it at 4,400 psi, it makes a ton of heat. So you need a cooling system. There's one hell of an air conditioner over there. Also, the exhaust would create relatively low pressure against the water outlets, helping draw the water out versus push back up, would it not? Maybe locally, weather guy? Yeah. How tall of a tower would you need to generate the same pressure with gravity? That's a super good question, Joker. I don't think it's necessarily about height. I think that would be about pipe diameter. It's about flow. I think. A lot of water. Let's just say a lot. You would need a pretty big water tower. I don't see. There's another thing here. With a gravity fed sound suppressor, right? Eventually, you're going to get a dynamic pressure in the pipe. The pressure of the pipes is not going to be the pressure coming out of the sound suppressor at 39A with the water tower. At the beginning is going to be a lot more than it is at the end. Why? Because there's less water pushing down. It will have a linear tail off in pipe pressure over time. You don't get that with the nitrogen system. The nitrogen provides constant pressure. Does that make sense? You do not want your water pressure to go down, because yeah, you're running the risk of flames going back into the system. You don't want that. Yeah, you would need a gigantic water tower that's like Olympic swimming pool sized, and then a pipe that's probably the size of like maybe a 4-lane highway or something. Just rough napkin map. That it would be nuts, dude. Yeah, water is a little bit. I mean, I'm sure you could derive it. You could do. That's pretty simple math if I'm thinking about it, right? My brain's a little paced to do that right now. Head pressure equals density times height times gravitational acceleration. Yeah, craze. That's it, dude. Yeah, and I'm not just being like, oh yeah, that's it. That's the equation. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of it off the top of my head. Oops. You'd need something like a skyscraper standing next to it. I mean, you already have a skyscraper standing next to it, Joker. That structure on the left is 525 feet tall, or the equivalent of a 52-story building. EJ is overheating. EJ's been overheating this entire time. It's still 85 degrees in here. It's freaking nighttime, and it's still 80 degrees outside. We live in Florida now. I don't actually. This is Massachusetts, but this is Florida weather. I know because I did live in Florida. So it's just, this is a Florida weather. I, for one, welcome our Florida weather. Except in my office. Yeah, 9.5. This is hard to understand how big that is. Tell the weather to go home. I didn't invite it here. I'll take the Florida weather if it means we get Florida rockets as well. But if it doesn't, then that's a deal breaker for me. Not gonna lie to you. And yeah, all this booster static fire stuff is in preparation of Flight 5, which should be happening in 3 weeks, give or take. How much should the weather play when sending a rocket into space? A lot, Ragger. Yeah, it's a big deal. Now there are rockets that can launch in whatever. Soyuz can launch in the middle of a blizzard. Doesn't really care. The reason why is because Soyuz is derived from an intercontinental ballistic missile, and the weather doesn't wait for nuclear exchanges. You know what I'm saying? Now, a more modern vehicle like Falcon 9, where urgency isn't necessarily a thing, right? They don't really design it to launch in gale force winds, even though I'm pretty sure at this point Falcon 9 probably could. The Starlink 9-3 mission, you know, a lot of it is overshadowed by the failure, but that first stage landed in a freaking tsunami. I mean, not a tsunami, but let's just say it was raining sideways. They're going to do a catch at Tep 95. Yep. Some rockets aren't designed to launch in the cold because some rockets don't need to be launched in crazy weather. I mean, you know, heck, there are some meteorological conditions that ground aircraft, and aircrafts can take off in a blizzard, no problem. Just de-ice the wings. I like it. Oh yeah, that's some easy. Just de-ice the wings, idiot. Right? Like, I give Flight 5 80% chance of landing the booster on the pins. I think they'll land the booster, team. I think they'll do it. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of rockets are based off by ICBMs. There's heritage hardware that is surged, but at this point, we're so far removed from missile technology finding its way into the commercial launch market that, not really. I would contend to say that Falcon 9 has more in common with the lunar excursion module from the Apollo missions than it does with an Atlas missile. Yeah, you heard that right. Falcon 9 is derived from the lunar excursion module. Specifically, the injector systems on Merlin 1D are a type of radial fuel injection system in the combustion chamber that allows the engine to be able to throttle. That is derived from the hypergolic pressure-fed LMDE motor, the Lunar Module Descent Engine, which has a radial injector system designed for better throttle ability. The LMDE was designed by a company called TRW. SpaceX's chief propulsion guy, Tom Mueller, when Falcon 9 was being developed, was poached from TRW by Elon in 2002. Falcon 9 is part of the Apollo Lunar Excursion Module family of rockets. Fact. Oh, yeah. Need that throttle ability for doing a propulsive landing. What else had done a propulsive landing before Falcon 9 came around? The lunar module. Crazy, right? Want me to blow your mind even more? I got another one. Raptor and BE-4 come from the same family tree. Oh yeah. Blue Origin's BE-4 engine and SpaceX's Raptor share the same lineage. They're cousins. Weird, huh? How many shuttle engineers did SpaceX poach? SpaceX ended up poaching a lot of ex-shuttle personnel, Raptor, when they really tried to push for reuse with Falcon 9. So that was like 2017, 2018. They started going and finding ex-shuttle engineers and poaching them. Ahoy, I bring the gift of Ariane 6. Nice. Who is the common ancestor of the engines? I thought you'd never... The BE-4 and the Raptor engine are both derived from the Air Force Research Laboratory's Integrated Powerhead Demo. The Integrated Powerhead Demo was a project by the AFRL to develop a turbopump system that uses a hydrostatic bearing. If that was gibberish to you, the spinning part of the fuel pumps is submerged. completely submerged in propellant. This allows you, because you're using cold propellants, you don't need to worry about your bearings getting hot. The integrated power head demo could spin to insanely high revolutions per minute, 50 to 60,000 RPM. The hydrostatic bearing design from the integrated power head demo found its way into Raptor and BE4. They share a common lineage, albeit from a test turbo pump, but yeah, common lineage. Air Force Research Laboratory, B. Dean. Yep. Pretty cool. Yo, Pembo, what's good, man? But does it handle does it handle sinusoidal repleneration? Well, yeah, of course. It wouldn't work if it didn't. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will invent. Vulcan, let's see your footage, pal. Old buddy, old pal. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. All right. Yep. You guys want to see this. Hey, it's another headphone users moment. It's another headphone users moment. Deal with it. It's going to be loud. Or at least I hope there's sound with this. There's no sound? Oh, you guys suck. Whatever. Click. Decollage. Oh, that's it. Yeet. There's no sound. There's no sound. Just imagine the sound. Why missed opportunity to not have sound. That attachment point for the SRB is kind of thick. Yeah, those P120Cs really pack a punch, dude. What's all the checkerboards for? Instrumentation. They're watching to see if the casing deforms at all, guys. Yeah. So you use this footage, you measure the point at different points during ignition to see if the casing actually expanded. Fun fact, when SRBs go off, they inflate a little bit. Yeah, they actually they expand slightly. They inflate like a balloon. It's very, very small because it's metal, right? Well, carbon composite in the case of the P120C, but they do expand. That's what these checkerboard numbers or checkerboards are for. They're looking at relative positions compared to other relative positions. That's also why rockets are painted with the black and white stripes, like what you saw on the Saturn V. They do that on purpose because they're trying to when they image the vehicle, when they film it, they're trying to see the vehicle's orientation. Now, it's really easy to see vehicle orientation when it has two boosters attached to the side. But yeah, that's what all the checkerboards are for. They're watching the position of this relative to that relative to that relative to this. You can derive that by looking at footage. This is why for the longest time during rocket ascents, they use IMAX cameras for the most part. 70 millimeter. Oh, that's freaking sick, dude. Oh, these are fantastic. That's the umbilical separation. So this thing will shoot back and the door will slam closed. Dude, the O-rings popped out. The O-rings on the seals popped out. Did you see that? Look. Watch. The freaking the O-rings popped out. Blink. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure if it was supposed to do that. It blew the seals right out when they when they detached the line. It's not like you need them anymore. I mean, you want to reuse the umbilicals or not? That's the umbilical separator. Holy balls, that's cool. Oh my God, close the door. Click. Dude, this footage is freaking sweet, Vulcan. Oh man, that's awesome. Those were cameras inside of the umbilical arms. My God, this is fantastic, dude. Because they depressed the line so fast, there was residual pressure in it. You see it venting right there. Yeah, it does. The gap opening, the pressure would shoot them across the workshop. Ask you how you know? No, I'm good. Yeah, those other camera shots of all the mechanical stuff where the umbilical actually separating. Those cameras are in there looking that way. That's pretty sweet. Dude, this footage is rad, man. See, there's the pad deluge. Ariane 6 uses gravity-fed system, guys. Yeah, there's a big freaking water tank that's almost as tall. Well, actually, it is as tall as the pad just to the left of it. Where is Ariane now? Space. That's a positive pressure line. It's the air conditioner for the fairing. That's what this thing does. It blows cold air inside of the fairing because it's hot in French Guiana. Yeah. Actually, every rocket does that. You have to keep the satellite cool because it's not really designed to work very well in the atmosphere. It's designed to work in vacuum. So yeah, when you see the thing, when you see it pop off, you see all the residual pressure in that line shoot out. Ooh, that's fantastic. That's very nice. Very nice. This is great footage, dude. Thanks for linking this, Vulcan. Good stuff, man. Very high shutter. This is very underexposed on purpose, meaning this camera is designed to image plumes. See how dark it looks, guys? It looks like it's daytime, but it looks like it's also nighttime. This camera has the exposure turned down. You use this type of camera to image flow on engines. So the plumes in this shot coming out of the Vulcan engine in the two P120s are going to be very defined. It's going to be very crisp. Watch. And they said going to film school wouldn't be useful. Yeah, see? Look at the mock disc. Holy shnikes, that's nice. They didn't dial in the exposure exactly right. They're still a little bit overexposed on the plumes. They should have toned it down a little bit, but this camera might be just for getting the engine, not the SRBs. Oh, this footage is baller. See that? Look at this camera's at regular exposure. Oh, it's in real time. Yeet. Man, that thing's quick. Click. See, 1.3, 1.4 off the pad all day. That thing books. That's really fast. There's the water tower over there. That's for their sound suppressor. How much taller is Falcon 9 compared to that? Not much, like not a lot. Falcon 9's maybe 10, 20 feet longer. There were a bunch of university payloads on it, Beefy. Beautiful. The ascent on this mission was fantastic. It doesn't get better than that. Yeah, Martin, yeah, pretty much. Do you think we'll have people on Mars in the next 100 years? Yeah. Yeah, 100 years? Sure, absolutely. If we keep going on the current trajectory that we're going on, yeah, I don't see why not. Hey, Caviar, 44 months. Thank you. Is it true that all SpaceX launches are grounded, including Starship? No, not including Starship. Starship is dealing with its own mishap investigation. Falcon 9 has a mishap investigation involving, the Starlink 9-3 mission. I think that SpaceX is going to get a waiver because of the lack of danger to public safety, or the lack of danger to the public. This failure mode, whatever it is, happens when the rocket is nowhere near anybody unless someone's on board. So I think SpaceX will get a public safety determination from the FAA. And Falcon 9 will probably be launching by the end of the week. Upper stage, though. The upper stage failed during a tech demo, Caviar. That would be like looking at a Falcon 9 mission, an early Falcon 9 landing mission, and the first stage not landing and calling it a failure. That's a secondary mission. Their tech demo, the restart of the third stage using the auxiliary propulsion unit. The third restart wasn't part of the mainline mission. That's why they called it a success. The ascent was freaking ace, though. This is an infrared shot. Oh, this is a crowd shot. Can I say this? It was a mistake to scrap the Apollo program. Tell us something we don't know. Out of the jungle. In 100 years, I'd say we'll be there if we keep going on our trajectory, but you never know. In 1970, NASA would have said, yeah, we're going to be on Mars by the 1990s. You never know. That is the exact reason right there. You don't know. You can't predict the future. That's why I champion all rockets. I love SpaceX's stuff. I think they're the best, but I'll sit here and watch Ariane 6 ascent footage with you guys till I'm blue in the face. I champion all rockets because, look, man, we were on a crazy trajectory with the Apollo program. We could have done stuff with the Saturn V. Amazing things. Moon bases, Mars bases, Venus space station, Venusian space stations. We could be exploring the asteroid belt by now. Right? If you asked anybody in the Apollo program, they would have said, yeah, that's what we'll be doing in 50 years. Yet here we are with less capability. But we don't have less. We have Starship. We have more capability. We just don't have the same capability of going to the moon. We have more rockets, though. But, I wasn't around for the Apollo. What I was around here for is the end of the shuttle program and the end of the Constellation program right at the same time, which was like being kicked in the balls and punched in the stomach simultaneously, repeatedly, also, if you're a spaceflight fan. I know what it's like to have nothing. We had nothing. You do not want that. Trust me on this one. That's why I'll vehemently fight for every single rocket. I don't care if it's Vulcan, I don't care if it's SLS, I don't care if it's Falcon 9, Starship, whatever. Ariane 6, more rockets is better, because we almost had nothing. We did have nothing. From 2011 to 2015, it sucked being a spaceflight fan. Sucked. It was terrible. Renting from the Russians, yeah. Look, man, Soyuz is an amazing capsule. It's an amazing design. From the 60s. It's a great design. I don't mind NASA astronauts riding on Soyuz. Heck, NASA astronauts hitch rides on Soyuz to this day. Because we need integrated crews. like Russians and Americans and Europeans and Japanese flying mixed crews on all flights, so we don't have a bunch of Russians up there on the space station. You don't want a language barrier if a part of the station that's owned by a country that's not your first language malfunctions. We mix crews. We still mix crews to this day. However, seeing us solely rely on Soyuz as the way to get to the space station was a blemish on NASA's history and spaceflight policy in general. To the point where I have, like, I'm not saying I have PTSD from it. Like, it haunts me. Though. Like, it's not post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't want to undermine people that actually have that. It's very serious and shouldn't use it as an adjective like that. But it's terrible. We almost had nothing. It was that close. That's why I don't care who it is. Any American commercial company, European commercial company, SpaceX, NASA, I don't care. We need more rockets. I will always argue in favor of more vehicles being developed and expanding the industrial base for aerospace engineering and the technical knowledge as well. More people doing aerospace means more innovation. The industry needs to keep expanding. We are nowhere near the point of the industry going through an economic contraction. That would be catastrophically bad. But the industry is robust. The commercial spaceflight industry survived the contractions in the economy from the pandemic. Only a couple companies folded. King, I'm talking about the Major League, not the Bush League rocket science programs. The RD-180 fiasco. Yep. They were just getting to the point of commercials generally. We don't have to rely on the political will better. Yazanku, I understand and I agree. However, at the same time, do you want a corporation being the sole way to access the surface of the moon? I think it's a fair question. I don't want that. I don't want Weyland Yutani. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that. Now, simultaneously, do you want the government being the only way to get to the moon? Because the last time we tried that, it was called politically unsustainable, and they just pulled the plug willy-nilly without any say from any American who paid a significant chunk of taxes into the Apollo program to do that. We didn't have any say in that matter. I don't want one way or the other. I want both of those ways. NASA needs to have redundant architecture to get to the surface of the moon, and so does SpaceX. Anything that the commercial industry can do, NASA should be able to do as well. They should be able to duplicate. That is the best long-term sustainability, political, economically, pick your poison. It ticks all the boxes. Where it doesn't tick boxes is that is notoriously expensive. But also, that's important to understand. Nope, I want both. That's why I've been so stoked about China getting busy with it. Bring on Space Race 2.0. You know what, Hazanku? Yeah, I want that to be an avenue, right? That would be nice for it to happen. But also at the same time, that I think it's so ridiculously stupid that we need a reason like that to explore the cosmos. It's dumb. I wouldn't call that a space race. Is also not politically sustainable. It's a race. What happens when someone wins? We already saw the fruits of that labor. You know what I mean? This needs to be, NASA needs to have their capability to match the commercial markets. Because we've seen what happens when they try to go toe-to-toe, or they go toe-to-toe with another government. It's not sustainable. But I agree that could serve as a way to accelerate the technological mediums that NASA has. Sure, absolutely. I mean, look at the hypersonics research that's being done right now. That's the next big thing, dude. It would be a race to militarize the moon rather than explore deep space. It's an influence thing, Herbal. It's an influence thing amongst anything else. I don't think we need a reason to serve, I don't think we need a reason to serve and organize the, and measure the best of our skills. I think we should just do it. We don't need a reason to show what we can do, to flex muscle like that. We shouldn't need a reason. It's stupid that we do. The Seattle Hypersonics? I'm not much of a basketball fan. It was the Supersonics, Teague. And that basketball team was named after the Boeing 2707. They're not a thing anymore. You just have the Kraken with Bowie. But yeah, all rockets are the way forward. Trust me, I've seen the alternative firsthand. And I've read about the alternative. That happened 50 years ago. I don't want that. You don't want that. No one wants that. True story. The Seattle Supersonics were named after the Boeing 2707, a supersonic transporter that they never built. And then the team folded. Well, moved, but... Celtics world champs, bro! Number 18! Yeah, I like the Kraken. Yeah, whatever. Nothing, Sawyer. Someone at Boeing heard about the referees blowing whistles during the Supersonics games. Well, so screwed up, man. But I'm still laughing. No, weather guy, I haven't. I'm still laughing. It's messed up, but I'm still laughing. I don't know what that says about me. Very nice. Call me crazy, but that looks like the Atlas V's camera. I think that they're using the same optics for this as Atlas V. What was the alternative in the 50s? See, I'm still trying to figure out if that radial out component post separation was normal. Like, do you see how the thing like wiggled around and now it's going like straight up, bearing separation? Like, and there's that damn roll rate. You see how it's kind of like changing back and forth? I don't know if that's supposed to do that. They may have done this on purpose to squeeze all the performance out of the stages because you're not launching with a heavy payload. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. It's venting the tank to push it out and get it away from the upper stage. They're basically inerting the stage by venting all the excess propellants, and they're using that as the its separation mechanism. They're using tank ullage to separate. Wouldn't be the first time that someone's done that. Yep. The nozzle glowing is actually how it's shedding heat. It's shedding heat through thermal radiation. Very nice. Very nice footage. That footage is fantastic. Anyway, I like the theory that it was an inefficient ascent to simulate a heavier payload. Yeah, but Bill, that doesn't explain the roll rate during ascent. They could have rolled it for the antennas. That's also a possibility, but I've never seen a roll rate like that for a acquisition of signal through ground stations. All right, guys. That was 4.5 hours of space news. Thanks for your insights, explanations, and observations. Not a clue. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I think that's going to do it for me. I just did a lot of talking. Trying to get back into the groove of doing more frequent space news segments. So, yeah, if you like it, just let me know. Over on the YouTube chat side of things, thank you for holding it down over there, boys. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the space news segments. I am going to call it a night. It is way too freaking hot in here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, like, yeah. Anyway, Blue Adder, 29 months. Thank you very much for watching. Let's see. Who's out and about? Who's out and about? Italics is out and about doing some Star Citizen. I'm going to go wind down with that. Thanks. No problem, dude. So tomorrow, fellas, Kerbal? I was thinking we should play KSP tomorrow and figure out something to do with, figure out a way to utilize those Shrubber engines that we developed from Star Raker. Make a smaller ascent vehicle. You guys want the Shrubber engines? Shrubber? I'm trying. Bye. Anyway, let's go see what Ital's up to. Let's give him a raid. Alex is playing Star Citizen, so we'll keep the space theme going. He's on a space train right now. On the YouTube side of things, no, thank you. My pleasure, James. I'll link you guys over to Italics if you really want to. If not, it's cool. He's playing Star Citizen. But yeah, go see what he's up to, and I will see you guys all tomorrow for KSP. Thank you very much for watching, and have a great night. We are the knights who say me. The knights who say me are now the knights who say raid Italics. Good night. See you later.